Something's coming, can't say when. Belt tied around me, heart within. Doors might open any moment now. Gotta be prepared somehow. I'm ready and waiting, fire burning bright. I'm ready and waiting through longest night. Won't let it die out, won't fade away. Ready and waiting for that day. Burning, burning, never gonna stop. Burning, burning, till the moment comes.
Sorry, that should work now. I changed the settings again. Sorry about that, but it's changed. The link is in there. I was saying the first hour we'll be talking about science because that was voted. Not muted anymore. Showing my sound is perfect this side. Don't know why it would be having issues. It shows reading perfect everything from my side. So it should be working now. Please type 1 in chat if you can hear me, and type 2 if I am still somehow muted. No idea why I would be muted. But yeah, like I was saying, the first hour will be science, and then we can see. There it is, 5 of 5. Okay, cool. Thank you, PJ. I'll put a new poll up for the next hour. Second hour. Oh, sorry. Second hour topic. We'll again do biblical cosmology. What is the other one? Trinity. The next one will be Satan's short season. And we can't do science again, so we'll do another one. I will say, it's good to see you guys. Glad you could all make it. You rock. Let's all say observations. I'll make it observations. Yes, there we go. Okay, cool. Glad to have you all in. Really appreciate you all. Get the voting for the second half. Just make sure if you want to come in and have a discussion now for about science, the link is above. Cool, PJ. Glad to have you in. Guys, hit the likes, though. Really does help the show to go on. Okay, so while we wait for people, let's go and do some research. And yeah, let's act like we're looking into this for the first time. You guys up for that? So we're going to go and we're going to say, what is science? Ooh. Okay, and all it's saying is science. The systematic study of the structure and behavior of a physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and testing of theories against evidence obtained. Knowledge of any kind. Great. Okay, so it says, let's see what. Now remember, we're doing this as if we are first time doing this. Okay, what is Scientific experimentation. Scientific experimentation is a process used to investigate phenomena. So you must test hypotheses and establish facts or principles through controlled observations and manipulations. That's very interesting. It's a core component of the scientific method, involving steps like observation, hypothesis formation, experiment design, data collection, and analysis. Here is a more detailed breakdown. Great. So this is the scientific method obviously showing on. So let's see what the scientific method actually tells us. Begin with an observation of a natural phenomena or a question about something works. Okay. Number 2, hypothesis formation. Develop a testable hypothesis. Remember, this is very important. It has to be testable, which is an educated guess or proposed explanation for the observed phenomena. So your hypothesis will be what you think causes what you observed. Experiment design. Design an experiment to test the hypothesis, which includes identifying variables, controlling extraneous factors, and establishing a procedure for data collection. I love that. I love that you have to identify the variables. And then data collection. Carry out the experiment, meticulously collecting the data according to the established procedures. Data analysis and interpretation, and analyze the collected data to determine if it supports or refutes the hypothesis. Conclusion. Draw conclusions based on the data analysis, either supporting or rejecting the hypothesis. And then obviously 7 is iteration or refinement. The scientific method is iterative, meaning that the conclusions from one experiment can lead to new questions and further experiments. Ooh, that's quite interesting. Let's see, what should we say here? Do you require to manipulate the independent variable in a scientific experiment? Oh. Why not? There we go. Yes. In typical scientific experiment, the independent variable must be manipulated to observe its effect on the dependent variable. Manipulation of the independent variable is what distinguishes an experiment from other types of research, like correlational studies. Interesting. Guys, by the way, I do have the link put up if anybody wants to come in. Orange, you can come and have a discussion. This is just, we're going through it as if we've never seen science before. So we're just having some fun while we're waiting for someone to pop in and have the discussion. You guys voted science for the first hour. So we're talking science for the first hour. But it's good to have you guys in. You guys rock. I appreciate all of you and your support. Remember, we are voting for the second hour now as well. The second hour's topic so far, observations, is 56%, biblical cosmology 19%, Trinity 12%, Satan Sword Season 12%. Ooh. Okay. So yes, guys, if you want to come in and have a discussion, the link is above. More than happy to debate for you. Remember, the longer you take to come in, the less time you have to debate the subject. Because once the hour's up, it's up. It's up to the next discussion. So, yes, okay. So we're going to go on. So we understand science is not correlative. That's quite cool. So let's see. Let's go to a video maybe. Variables in science. Oh, there we go. Okay. Ooh, okay. What are variables in science? Independent, dependent, and control variables.
What are variables? In science, variables are all the things that can vary or change in an experiment.
Ooh, yes.
To see how variables work, let's set up an imaginary experiment testing the effect of vitamins on squid lifespan. Here are two groups of squid.
Yeah, you see, one group of squid, two group of squid. Okay.
One will receive vitamins and the other will not.
Okay, cool. So what we're seeing is they're making a experiment and they're trying to see what happens if they feed one group of squid vitamins and the other one not. What would the hypothesis be? Maybe it makes the one group live longer. We don't know. So observing and reporting. So what is the independent variable here? The vitamins. What's the dependent variable? Did they live longer or die? That's about it. Okay.
In this experiment, and every other experiment, there are three types of variables.
You heard that? In this experiment and every other experiment, there are three types of variables.
One, the independent variable. This is the variable that you manipulate, the thing that you are investigating. So, in an experiment testing how vitamins...
The independent variable is the variable that you manipulate. What are you investigating? So, can we see any globe as manipulating anything, for instance, like gravity? No. Sorry, globies. Don't you find it odd that globies are too scared to come in and have this discussion after they literally voted for this? It's quite sad. Okay, let's carry on.
Affect squid lifespan. The amount of vitamins given to your squid is the independent variable. As the experimenter,
I would like to see them give Centrum vitamins to the squids, actually.
You decide to change this variable. It does not depend on any other variables in the experiment, which is why it is called the independent variable.
Exactly.
Good experiments only have one independent variable.
Ooh, you heard that, guys. Good experiments only have one independent variable. Uh-oh. Quite bad. Quite bad for the globies.
2. The dependent variable. This is the variable that you are measuring. Think of this as your results. In our experiment, the dependent variable would be squid lifespan, because lifespan depends on what you changed in your experiment.
Yep, exactly that. I hope the globies are paying attention. I hope you're actually learning something based on science, because you keep telling us flat earthers that we are wrong when it comes to science. Yet we can keep showing that, no, we are not wrong. We definitely understand science, and it proves you guys wrong. It proves your heliocentric ball belief is not scientific. It's pseudoscience, and it is definitely not at all more than just trust me, have faith, bro. It's a cult. Yes, you heard me right. The heliocentric belief system is a cult. It's a cult belief system that is bigoted against anybody that speaks the truth out against it.
3. Controlled variables. These variables are all the things that you keep constant in your experiment. So, in our squid experiment, you would need to have many controlled variables.
Many.
In fact, any variable that could affect your results, besides your independent variable, should be controlled.
Yeah, exactly. So let's, for instance, say to keep the controls of this, they would keep the same temperature water. They will keep the same amount of volume water, the same amount of squids, the same amount of time between them, the same time they give them, the same amount of everything. It's just everything has to be exactly kept constant to be able to see what is the actual cause for the change. So in this case, the independent variable would be the what was it called? The tablets, the vitamins, and the dependent variable would be the how long the squids live. So there we go.
Temperature, food type, and water quality are all examples of controlled variables in this experiment and should be kept the same for both groups of squid. Controlled variables are super important. If you fail to control your variables, your experimental results will be meaningless.
Yes, critical think, you watching this, man. Remember when you did your not experiment in TFE, claiming I don't need control variables for my weighing the weights on a scale. Why do I need to control my variables? I got the results I wanted. There we go. Quite sad. Again, the link is above for all the globies to come in and have a discussion on science. But obviously you won't, because you guys don't know our science. So why would you? You would just come in and embarrass yourself.
Let's see why. Imagine that you don't control these variables. The control group squid are kept in a tank with a temperature of 20 degrees Celsius and are given normal squid food and clean water, but no vitamins.
There we go.
But our experimental group is kept in a tank with a temperature of 90 degrees Celsius.
That won't work.
And fed
because it's not controlled, so it can give different effects. It gives different effects. Excuse me, my children. Okay, Nike, okay, let's carry on.
fed nacho cheese while swimming in dirty water. We also give them vitamins. Now let's say all our experimental group of squid die after 2 hours. Does this mean that vitamins kill squid?
No.
There is no way to know the effect of vitamins because we did not control our controlled variables.
Exactly. What's up, Luca? How's it going?
Hello, how's it going?
Good in yourself.
I'm
Are you
doing
excited
good.
to talk about science for an hour?
Sure, why not?
Well, we've only got about 44 minutes left on science. 43 minutes now. And then
All
the
right.
next, and then we'll go to the next one. But
Which
have you
was
been paying attention on
probably-
what you've been talking about so far?
The controlled variables.
Okay,
of,
there's been more than that.
Squid. There's something about squid and feeding them, vitamins and stuff. I know a little. I barely got here, so
Ooh,
I don't
Okay.
know. I don't
Yo.
know everything.
Yeah.
sorry, I had my
What's
YouTube
up,
on.
PJ? Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I'm good.
Are you
I'm
ready to be a
sorry, like,
scientist for?
I
Are you
didn't
ready
know
to be a
like getting
scientist?
I had the YouTube side on, so sorry about that. A bit of reverb. All right.
Are you ready to be a scientist for 42 minutes and 10
42
seconds?
minutes. Yeah, let's go for that. What natural occurring phenomena are we testing?
Okay, so what has been discussed so far, we've shown that the scientific method has very strict rules. It also means that it's not correlative, it's causative.
Yeah.
You also need to have you have to have 3 types of variables when you're doing your experiment. Give me 2 seconds. sorry.
Independent, dependent, and control.
There we go. And now they're explaining the differences. The independent variable is what you must manipulate
Yeah.
for the dependent variable to change. And you have to keep the controls constant, because if you don't control the control variables, you will not know what actually caused your observed phenomena.
So with say introducing vitamins, would the control be how much vitamins or something like that? How many vitamins per day or whatever?
Yeah.
That would
Yeah,
be the
but
control.
that's what they're trying to put now. They're like, if you don't
Right.
keep the temperature constant,
Right.
how are you going to know it wasn't the temperature that caused the death?
Got you.
If you didn't give them the same food, how do you know it wasn't the food that caused it?
Right.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's why the only thing you do change in an experiment is the independent variable. You don't change anything else.
No, of course.
The squid could have died from being nearly boiled, or from nacho cheese, or from the dirty water.
Uh-huh.
Because we did not control these variables, we cannot answer our question about the effect of vitamins on squid.
Exactly.
On the other hand, if we control our variables and make sure both groups get the same temperature, the same food, and the same water quality, and only change the amount of vitamins, our
Ooh.
independent variable, we'll be able to answer our question.
Yes.
So remember, in an experiment,
Remember, you're going to listen out. Remember. Debatable D, no, that's not what Critical Think did. Critical Think had no control variables whatsoever. He didn't even manipulate an independent variable. So sorry, critical think had no science whatsoever. Oh. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. So remember,
Experiment, only change one variable, your independent variable.
oof,
Make sure you keep all other variables controlled, and then you will be able to measure your dependent variable or results.
there we go. Simple as that. Any
Cool.
questions?
No.
Seems quite straightforward.
That's straightforward, correct?
Seems good. Yes.
Cool. So I'm happy Luca agrees with us. So Luca, would you have anything specific based on science you want to discuss?
Yeah. Well, let's go through the scientific method for the let's go with Foucault's pendulum.
Foucault's pendulum, that's not science.
Well, let's go with it anyway and see one through the scientific method for it.
Okay. Let me get let's get a notepad up. New presentation. Ooh. Okay. Let's get this up. Okay. So what is your observed phenomena?
Let's see. The observed phenomena would probably be the how the Coriolis effect.
Well, what? So you're saying observation is Coriolis effect?
Yeah. Well, when you like
Okay.
fire bullets, they move and stuff. Despite
Okay.
When you fire bullets, they move. Well, I would hope so.
despite
That's true.
they deviate a little. Despite
Okay.
you firing in a straight line.
If they don't move, it's a dud round.
Then there's something wrong with your bullet.
Yeah,
Okay.
I suppose so.
Okay. Okay. So observation is Coriolis effect. What is your hypothesis?
Let's see. The hypothesis is that because let's see. Let's hypothesize. Okay.
Why? What
So-
causes it?
Because we are the Earth is moving. What do I think?
So moving Earth causes Coriolis.
Yes. That's
Okay.
That's right.
Great. Okay. Now we're going to design an experiment.
Okay. Let's design an experiment to test whether or not the Earth is moving or not. Let's see if the Earth is moving underneath us.
Wait.
Really,
What is it? What is your IV, your independent variable for the experiment?
oh, okay. Well, let's see. The independent variable would probably be let's see.
Moving Earth.
Yeah, that's probably
Okay.
the
Moving
right one to use.
moving Earth.
It's a bit maybe I should go to my computer for this.
Okay,
It's a bit awkward to be sitting like this.
We don't know how you're sitting.
But anyway,
Just-
so moving Earth, how would you manipulate the moving Earth?
hi. Let's see. Well, depending on where I'm standing, it will have a different Coriolis force because.
No, but that's not moving Earth. Is then not the IV? Location is the IV, correct?
Mm.
Sure. Well, let's go with location.
So location causes Coriolis effect.
No, location affects the Coriolis effect.
No, but that's what the IV is. The IV is what causes your observed phenomena. You're claiming you
So-
observe Coriolis. So what causes that? Is it moving Earth or its location?
Hold on. I will need to go on my computer. Hold on.
Location would probably come as a control in this.
Yes,
Ain't you?
location would have to be a control.
Control, exactly.
It is winter right now.
By us, it's winter. It's quite cold. We got a cold front that has hit us since yesterday, so today's been quite cold.
It's warm here. I'm trying to emulate winter, but the fan's not doing it.
Oh well, I never really asked your location, PJ. Where are you?
I'm from Scotland. But I'm in mid England, Coventry.
Oh,
Sorry,
Scotland.
I'm Scottish. I'm Scottish, but I've been living in Coventry for the past 20 years.
Okay. So, are we going to keep with the Ivy is moving Earth?
Oh, okay. I've gotten dressed. Okay.
Was you under your coat then a minute ago?
Huh?
Was you under your coat covers a minute ago when we?
Yeah, I was under
Under your duvet.
And there's duvet.
Or bed cover, I guess.
Duvet. Okay. So, moving Earth. Is that your IV?
I suppose.
How will you manipulate moving Earth?
Give me a sec.
What? While you manipulate the moving earth? Okay.
Okay, I think I'm getting there. I'm about to change over to the computer.
Are you getting dressed or building a shed?
He's hiding his girlfriend in the closet.
Take her out the closet. We know you're a closet flat earther. Get the missus out the closet, man.
Forget the mouse. I'm going up and down stairs, getting exercise in.
Stairs. And you turned to New York.
He's looking for his computer.
Oh, right. Is that a microcomputer? Is it?
I would have stayed in bed rather, much warmer. I mean, it's very early by him. He woke up like 4 a.m.
Oh, yeah, it's the 29th by him as well. It's the 29th and we're on the 28th. I think it's the 29th. Yeah, of course, it'll be the 29th for him now, won't it? Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, guys, please do what Vicky says. Smash the likes and hit the show. Hit the share on the show.
I'm not in chat, so I can't see it.
But appreciate you guys. Much blessings.
Okay. YouTube. Let's go to.
It's better to look on Restream though. It's live for us rather than you, because YouTube's always got a bit of a delay.
Yeah, that is true. I have noticed that.
Let's see what the votes are so far for the second hour's topic. The second hour's topic so far is observations winning with 57%. Second, tied in second is biblical cosmology and the Trinity with 15%, and Satan saw season is last with 13%. Ooh, remember this is a 4-hour show tonight, guys. Every hour is a topic. That's why we started a half an hour earlier tonight. So at least I can go to bed at 12:30, not at 1. Okay, are you ready, Luca? We only got a half an hour left of this.
Yes.
Okay, so you keeping with moving Earth is the cause for Coriolis effect.
I'm about to switch over to my computer. 1 sec, and done.
There's Luca back. Okay, now he's on his computer.
Yes, I'm on my computer. Hello.
That's better. Okay.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Tommy. How you doing?
Tommy, innit?
You're Tommy. You're wearing Tommy anyway.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hilfiger.
Tommy Hilfiger.
Yes.
It's an okay brand, I guess.
Tommy Hilfiger's good. Nothing wrong with Tommy Hilfiger.
Okay, what you say, dude? Moving Earth causes
Uh,
Coriolis effect.
Okay. Okay. So I guess the IV and DV would. Well, wouldn't the IV be the time?
So you're saying time causes Coriolis effect?
No, the time elapsed would be the
No, that would be a
would
control. That would be a control.
IV,
Yes.
right?
The IV is the independent variable. IV is the variable that you manipulate to cause the observed phenomena that you think is observed. So if you're saying you observe Coriolis effect and you're saying, okay, I believe the Earth is moving is causing this Coriolis effect, you have to manipulate the IV in your experiment.
And that would be once you let go of the swinging bob, that the amount of time it will take, because obviously you won't see it move right away.
No, but what
over
is your
time, you'll start
experiment?
to
No,
see
but
it.
what's your independent variable? We're setting up the experiment now. We understand you want to do a Foucault's pendulum, but what is your IV specifically based on the Foucault's pendulum to show Coriolis?
I guess it would be the.
ChatGPT is not going to help you, man.
Damn it! How did they know? Hold on, I'll still look it up just in case.
Can you believe Bev is still crying about the planar table? He still doesn't get what I was saying. He's saying I'm saying it is two-dimensional.
No.
So sad. This is such exciting stuff, guys.
Okay, I have it. Hold on. Look. Can I share my screen?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll use ChatGPT's one for the scientific method.
Where's the observed phenomena?
Ooh. Okay.
Okay, so let's go up.
Hypothesis.
Okay.
So where's
Wait.
Oh.
No, go up. What's the observed phenomena first?
So you research the question. A focal point.
Okay, hypothesis. If latitude increases, then the precision rate of the pendulum swing plane will increase proportionally to the sign of the latitude. That's not science.
It's a hypothesis.
What's the okay? The cause for what then? What's it show? What's the observed phenomena with that? Rate of precision, correct?
I guess.
So location causes rate of precision. That's totally different than what you're putting up because you are claiming you observe Coriolis effect.
Okay, then I'll just use ChatGPT's one.
Okay, so we got that. So where do you observe Coriolis or do you observe rate, the precision rate of the pendulum?
Well, you observe the precision weight of the pendulum.
Okay, great. And what's the cause for that?
That the Earth is moving. Yes.
No, they say the independent variable is the latitude. So in other words, location.
Okay. Yes.
So location
So
changes precision rate.
Yes, the location would change the precision rate. Yes.
Okay, great. Now that you've established location changes the precision rate, what are you trying? What does that prove?
And the dependent variable would be the precision rate, I guess.
And location just changes that rate.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is that supposed to prove?
So we ask the question of why does that happen? You know, why would location
Could
change
it
the
also
precision
be
rate?
could it also be a different reason?
Well, as long as you use controls, then there then you can cut off the different reasons it might be. You know,
Mm-hmm.
use controls like putting it in a sealed room or something to negate wind. I guess I don't know.
100% agree. Latitude can change the precision rate. Great. But now what's it supposed to prove? Hmm.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, so my question is, did this experiment prove location changes precision rate of Foucault's pendulum?
Well, I suppose so. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So science proves now.
No, it's evidence.
So it's just evidence. It's not proof of anything.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is this supposed to show us? That location changes precision rate of Foucault's pendulum.
Well, why would the location change the precision rate? That's a great question.
Science isn't about the why, it's about the how.
What? It's about the how.
Science is about the cause and effect relationship. So it works at how, in other words, what or how changed what you observed. It's not about why. Why is a philosophical standing. So if you're looking at why it would happen, I mean, the reason for it to happen and why, it's not scientific. See, that's it. In the context of scientific method, observation is the very first spark. The thing is, you notice a real world that makes you curious enough to ask a question. For a focal pendulum, the initial observation is when a long pendulum is set swinging, its swing plane slowly turns relative to the floor, even though nothing is pushing it sideways.
Mm.
Indoors, you see the pendulum pass shift against fixed floor markers or a chalked circle. Outdoors, in a big atrium, you might notice it gradually knocking over pegs arranged in a ring. That puzzling motion
Definitely.
is observation that leads to your research. Question about whether latitude affects the turning rate. Afterwards, every angle reading you take during the experiment is data, but the observation step is simply recognizing that the curious rotation in the first place. Now, I want to
Would you
ask.
agree?
Now, what happens? What happens if it goes through to peer review and someone does the experiment, and when they do this, it doesn't show deviation? Is that then evidence against your evidence?
I suppose so.
So, like when, for instance, when Mitchell from Australia went and he observed that pendulum not rotating, that would show against this claim of this hypothesis.
Yes, but that one was broken.
No, it wasn't broken. It just
It
didn't
wasn't
show
going
what you
to be
wanted. The
broken.
reason you guys claim it's broken is because it invalidated your hypothesis.
But it actually was broken.
What Earth's rotation was broken?
No, the magnetic thing wasn't working
The
correctly.
magnetic thing.
The thing is, Luca,
Whatever
do you
it
know
was.
how the pendulum works?
Yeah, but you just
It
let
just
go
has
of
to
the
move,
swinging
just
bob
moves
and
forwards and backwards, correct?
It's on a
yeah.
gimbal.
Okay. What is the force that needs to create it to change direction? You know, to move it left to right.
Well, I guess Earth gravity, Earth
Yeah, the Earth's
motion.
rotation. You're claiming.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
So did the Earth's rotation actually do that?
Yeah,
No, it didn't. That's why you're saying it was broken.
yeah.
Echo.
What's up, Roger?
Hey, Flash, how's it going?
It
It's
wasn't broken.
echoing, man.
Echo, Roger.
Oh my!
Let me see if I can do something about that.
Shut. So yeah, the thing is, yes, great. Based on this hypothesis, focal pendulum deviates due to location. Great. Now we've accepted that, and now we go to peer review it, and we see no, it doesn't always happen because you have actual
then we
observations
see-
that show it doesn't change precision with location. So that now
No.
has invalidated your
You need
hypothesis.
to ask why it didn't change location.
Yes. And what caused it? What caused it not to work?
Yes, what caused it not to work when we have hundreds that do exactly what we
Well,
say,
well,
and
let me
that
put it this way.
one didn't.
Yeah, let's put it this way, Luca.
So obviously,
He observed it for
that
4
one
hours.
had something
He
wrong
observed
with
it for 4 hours, doing what pendulums do: go forwards and backwards. Correct.
Yeah,
So the pendulum did what it was supposed to do. Correct. Go forwards and
Yeah.
backwards.
went forwards and backwards.
Now it didn't go side to side.
yeah. Yes,
What was the mechanism that causes the side to side motion?
the Earth movement.
So the Earth
So
was
was
broken
the
then.
Earth's movement broken then?
We have hundreds that say otherwise. We have that one that didn't work. So obviously, it must be that one was set up
Pendulum
incorrectly.
just needs to swing freely back and forth. If the Earth is moving under it, which it's attached to the Earth anyway, which is stupid, then it should move underneath it, shouldn't it? So it's just it should still hit the pins. There should be nothing broken about a pendulum going back and forth.
But that one was magnetized.
All of them are
was it-
How
magnetized.
was it
Well,
able
most of
to
them are
Was
magnetized.
it swinging back and
constantly
forth?
forever?
Was
It's
it
because it
swinging?
was using magnets to move.
Was it swinging back and forth?
Yeah, but it was magnetized. That's how they were able to get it to move forever.
So was the
Okay.
magnet stopping the Earth rotating?
Basically, yeah. There must have been something
Really?
wrong with the way the magnets were set up or something. Basically, don't use magnets.
But that's what the focal pendulums do. If you go to, for instance, Paris and you look at the focal pendulum, they use a magnet to make it move. You go to the UK, it's the same thing.
Well, yeah, but they
They use magnets to make it move.
Yes.
So
So,
why
yes,
would the magnets work
magnets
there
must-
but not work in Australia?
I don't know. Maybe all I can do is hypothesize here. So I guess my hypothesis as to why the magnets didn't work in the Australian one is maybe
The point I'm
at
trying to
one
make with all
point
this,
something moved them.
the point I'm trying to make with all this, does this prove a rotating Earth or not?
It's evidence for a rotating Earth.
How's it evidence that you haven't put the rotating Earth as your independent variable?
Well, why would it move? That's
what you're
and
trying
the
to figure
reason
out.
why
That-
At the
is
moment, you
because
just figured out
yeah.
location can move it. That's all you figured out. the only thing you figured out is location moved it. Great. So what does that got to do with the spinning Earth? How does that prove the Earth spinning? See? The Volko's pendulum doesn't really twist its path. It's the Earth that turns beneath it. The pendulum swing plane prefers to keep pointing the same way in an inertial frame, one that isn't rotating. So that's the conservation of angular momentum because Earth is rotating sphere. The floor of the support underneath the pendulum are constantly being carried around to this observed glued to the ground. It looks as if the pendulum is slowly rotating, but in space-fixed terms, the swing plane is almost perfectly steady. So do we observe the actual pendulum making a degree turn, or is it only appearing to make a degree turn?
I guess it's appearing to, yeah.
So it's not actually turning.
Well, we observe it definitely turning.
So it does
Otherwise,
physically changes direction, angle.
how would it knock down those pins on the museum if it
Exactly.
wasn't physically rotating?
Exactly.
It must
And
be.
what's it saying here?
Thanks to the conservation of angular momentum because of Earth and the spot point under the pendulum, a constantly being to an observer glued to the ground, it looks as if the pendulum is slowly rotating. But in space-fixed terms, the swing plane is almost perfectly steady. Yeah.
So it's not physically moving. It's the Earth moving
If
beneath.
you were
So it's the Earth moving beneath the pendulum, in other words.
if you were to observe it from the outside, like from space, then yeah, you wouldn't really see it moving, rotating at all. But on Earth, you do see it rotating.
Great. And I want to know now, how do you point this picture of location is because of Earth rotating? Would this now just be begging the question and correlation base? It's the same. It's the same as saying this, Luca. I see the sun rise every day.
Mm-hmm.
I know the sun rise every day because I see it rise every day.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Fair
correlative. That's correlative, correct? So I know because I'm awake and I see the sunrise, the sun will rise. Am I the cause for the sunrise?
No.
Ah.
No, because I see it rise as well.
So the same as
Everyone sees it
location
rise.
it's the same as location causes the pendulum to have precession rate difference.
So what's your problem with that? I'll ask ChatGPT. What's your problem with it?
How are you assuming it's Earth rotation causing this? Let's see what the votes are so far for the second. The second hour so far, guys, is 58% for observation. So that looks like the next hour is going to be on observations. Ooh, exciting stuff.
Behold.
And by the way, you guys can please hit the likes and share the show. Do you guys like this this kind of topic thing? 4 hours a topic, an hour? Type 1 in chat if you do. Type 2 if you don't. Hey, look who's in. What's up, Solve?
Hey guys, what's up, man?
Oh, hi,
Good.
So how's that going?
You're just catching the last 10 minutes of the science hour.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And
And I wanna know what-
Sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna ask what's science about Foucault's pendulum? That's what I want to know.
I have no idea.
What's-
Look, based on the hypothesis we can accept, fine. Location changes the precession rate of the focal pendulum. But now I'm like, what does that prove?
nothing.
How do you correlate that to say it's because of spinning Earth?
Whew.
I don't think it works really. That's why they're all
No,
shut.
I've never seen. Yeah.
And like I said, we got observations showing it doesn't work.
You have one observation showing it doesn't work.
Okay. How about wrecking balls? If they start swinging, should they also show precession?
Well, wrecking balls don't swing for long enough to
How long
be
does it
able
have
to
to
show
swing?
Earth rotation.
How long does it have to
That's
swing?
because I control it by levers. Like you push a lever and it swings out to destroy a building.
I've
So
seen
they're not.
a wrecking ball. I've seen a wrecking ball sit in a windy town and it swang for a few hours, and
Oh,
it
yeah.
definitely didn't change direction.
Well, but it's controlled by levers, so obviously
No
you
one was in
wouldn't
it.
really
No one
see
was
it
inside.
swing. Yeah, but still, to get it to move, it's obviously locked in place.
Okay,
until you
let's say
move those
someone's got
levers.
it now to move, and it's just swinging. They climb
Yeah,
out, and it's just carrying on
It's
swinging.
going for a while.
Yeah.
Yes,
How long do we have to wait?
If that was the case, then you'd probably see it. Aside from the wind, which is a variable to take into consideration because it's outside, you would probably see it swinging if it wasn't for the wind. Because the wind does have an effect on it. The wind is probably even stronger than the Coriolis force at some. So you probably wouldn't see it swing.
You're just
That's
pulling
actually
that.
interesting.
You're just pulling that out of your butt, ain't you?
But that's actually interesting that he says that, though, because just the same with gravity. You guys claim the weak electromagnetic force is stronger than gravity too, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yet you want to attribute gravity that is not able to be scientifically shown as the cause. Just like you want to now
Right.
show that Earth's rotation is the cause for the observed precession rate change based on location without being able to show its Earth rotation.
Wouldn't if it did precess in certain degrees, would that not be like a magnetic effect? Maybe.
These subs got lots of gravity in that actual background behind them.
He does. I gotta-
Could there maybe be some undiscovered force you don't know about that could cause that precession, Luca?
Well, what could it be though?
Yeah, but that's what I say. It's maybe an undiscovered force that we don't know. Could it be?
It's highly unlikely.
No, but there is a possibility, correct?
I suppose.
Right. So then how are you going to know what the cause is?
But we can isolate the variables. So if
How do you
it's
isolate the
just-
variables for gravity then?
So if it's just swinging in one single room. Oh wait, you're talking about gravity. Okay, never mind. If gravity, if it's some unknown force that's not gravity doing the, well, yeah, we can isolate the like wind and, well, if we put the contraption inside of a vacuum, that would work. That would basically isolate everything.
Okay.
Everything we knowingly know about, it can isolate. And if it still works then, and the two masses attract to another, do the thing that they do in the
But that's not
Cavendish.
how are you isolating gravity
no.
if you're claiming
Why-
gravity is the cause?
Why do they do that? Why does mass attract mass?
Because the mass
I
likes
don't
sexy
know.
time.
What did you say, Luca?
I don't know.
Just
Yeah.
because it exists. Just because it
causes
exists.
gravity in the first place? I don't
Yeah.
know why is gravity here?
Well,
the
wait,
mass is
we haven't
like that.
established that gravity is here. You're just claiming it's here. I
And
have as much. Hold on. I claim that it's a magic council of elves that live in a cave in a faraway land that dictate this, and I have as much proof of that as you do of
Can
gravity.
you
It's weird that it's the
So
same
I-
conclusion I came to. Wow. Must be true.
We have evidence that
What?
mass attracts mass.
You don't. But why?
Why?
Where does that energy come from, and why does it never run out?
Well, yeah, that's what science is doing.
Well, it is. Well, they've been
They're
doing
trying
it.
to
How long
understand
ago?
gravity better.
Hold on. How long ago was Cavendish?
Cave in a dish.
1860?
No, it was before that.
1680?
No, you're hitting all around it. 18th century. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So we've had since the 18th century. Here we are in the 21st century.
Yes, but like
Okay.
in
And
the
nobody
18th
has
century-
discovered why such a phenomenon would take place. Now we
Yes,
know
but
that energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Mhm.
So in order to move something, energy has to be put into it. You attest that to be gravity.
Well, we
So
have
where does the energy come from that's converted into this gravity that causes
guess-
an object to be drawn toward it?
I guess it would be mass.
Yeah, but that's not a force. That's not an energy.
No,
That's
but
just-
it can
that's
give a
just-
force.
Well, how?
Mass-
Where does it get that from?
Mass creates a force.
How?
Basically.
From what? Where does it create the force from? It has to be getting the energy from somewhere.
It just it's a law, so it just does.
No. You can't just say, oh, it's a law. It has to come from somewhere because one of your laws is that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred or transferred.
Mhm.
Yes, but laws can change.
Well, yeah, can they? What do you have,
Well-
like a Congress on it, and they decide that no, we're not going to believe in that anymore, or how does that work?
I thought a law was set.
Everything has a possibility to change, right?
Right, that's not what I
Wow.
was asking though.
Laws are just
Where
something that
does
people
this
came up
energy?
with.
Well, wait a second. That was Newton. Okay,
Yeah,
is the
Newton came
conservation
up
of
with that
energy.
law. Yeah.
Conservation of energy comes from Newton, right? All right.
Yeah.
So, where is the energy being transformed into gravity? Where is this energy coming from that is being transformed into gravity or gravitational force? It can't just fly out of nowhere. It has to be transformed or transferred from some other source. Where is that source?
If that was nothing, like anything at all, if everything was black with no matter at all, there'd be no gravity. But as soon as we add any amount of matter, then there'd be gravity.
Why? Where does the energy come from for the matter to be causing a force called gravity? That has to be getting that energy. And now you've just placed matter into an environment with no matter.
Yeah.
Where did the energy come from? Where does it come from? And why does it not succumb to entropy? Why does it never run out?
Well, gravity. Well, matter and gravity are like intertwined.
I don't care if they're intertwined. They can't create energy. Where does it come from?
Well,
Yeah, better
matter
word.
always creates energy.
Mm-mm.
What's the
Energy.
mechanism that causes that? That's what he's asking. What's the transfer? Where's the mechanism for it?
Well,
we
I
got
guess
1 minute left, guys, before the next
I
topic.
guess we don't know.
Ooh, LJ, thank you for your $2 super chat. He says, Flatoid, power, Sov, we already miss your streams, man.
Oh, it's all right. We're just on a little bit of a strike thing here, so it's going to be about another week and a half, another week.
So
But
what
we're going
happened?
to be on my backup channel tonight and on Rumble. So hopefully,
Awesome.
Did you get a copyright strike or a YouTube strike or something?
no, it's pretty ambiguous.
Thank you very much, LJ, for your super chat, man. Okay, so we're going on to the next subject now. The next
Observation,
subject,
right?
the poll that won was observations, yes. So for the next hour, we'll be talking about observations.
Okay, I'll probably do better with observation.
Oh yeah. And how do we get off of folk cults on the Cavendish? I just didn't see the transition there. I didn't get it.
No, because it came to the end of the hour.
Yeah, it's the next hour.
Yeah.
Well, he went from talking about Foucault's pendulum on the last hour to Cavendish.
Science. Yeah, what
Yeah.
is science? It
Look at
was
that.
supposed to be
Yeah.
science.
Yeah. Everything science.
Okay.
And now we can go to observation. Well,
Yeah.
I guess, do we observe curvature?
No.
Oh, okay. I'd say that we do. Yeah.
Okay.
You
Did you have
observe on the
you got
horizon.
one?
Oh my gosh! I almost left. I almost exited out of livestream. That was
According to
pleasant.
Craig, you can observe gravity right behind me.
I was just saying that I left when you left your seat, so you've got lots of gravity behind you there.
There's a shitload of it. I'm going to bottle it up and sell it.
Okay. So you guys can take your votes for the next third hour's topic. We have Satan's Little Season, Biblical Cosmology, Trinity, and Gas Pressure. So there's for the next offer. For this hour, we are talking about observation. So far, Luca thinks there's curve. We told him no, there isn't, and he's given up. So
That was quick. Yeah, that was easy.
Hey. Then what about the high? If you go high enough up, the horizon will drop.
You go high enough up, the horizon will drop. Okay.
Yeah.
well, what
high
is the
altitude-
horizon, first of all, Luca?
High altitude horizon drop. Yes. The horizon is where the sky meets the land.
Appears to meet the land.
Alright.
It doesn't physically meet
appears,
it.
yes. Appears.
So it's an
to.
optical effect.
You could say that the horizon is optical, yeah.
Okay, so you do understand with optical effects, with distance, it can cause a difference in what you perceive on that optical effect, correct?
Like it gets smaller because of the angular size. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, my point is with distance, optical effects seem to change perception. They look different.
No
They
matter
look
where you
optically
are,
different. They look
But
optically different with distance.
but like no matter where you are on Earth, as long as you're like at sea level, the horizon will be the same distance away from you always.
Ah, so there's no such thing as black swan refraction.
Well, yeah, of course that's refraction. You get what I mean.
Of course.
Do you do that?
Hey, Luca, how tall are you?
I'm 160
160 centimeters. What's that?
centimeters. Yeah.
Okay, see, I'm taller than you. I'm taller than
Yeah.
you.
So you see
Okay.
further.
How come my horizon is relative to my eye level the same as you?
Well,
But
actually,
it's
if
no, it didn't lower. It didn't lower. It's the same. It appears at the same place relative to eye level
you think you'd be able
for
to
me
notice that,
and
though?
for you. But my horizon is further from me than yours is. Why?
Because you're taller.
Right. But if it's physical, then why would it be further away?
Well, it's optical. I said that.
There you go.
could
So
say it's optical.
so it all depends on your elevation, right?
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So I've been up as high as 8,500 feet on a mountain, and I've looked out across the valley and at the other mountains, and I still don't see the horizon is still right there at the same place it was when I was on the ground, relative to my eyes. How did that occur? Why didn't it go down any?
Well, do you think you'd notice
Yeah.
that it? Well, you'd first need to measure it at ground level and then go up and then measure it again when you're up there.
Yeah.
To really notice
It's
it.
in the same spot, man. It's in the
Yeah,
same spot. I can
it
just see it
appears to
further.
be.
Well, because
But,
mass attracts mass, then the sea and the sky must be attracted to your eyeballs, so it's lifting up your eyeballs as you go up the mountain. You know? It's got to be it. It's got to be it.
Oh shit!
Look, if you're up about 8,500 feet, the amount of curvature you'd probably be able to see would be like 2.2, maybe.
Is that based with
2.
refraction or without refraction?
Well, that's on an average day, so I guess the normal amount of refraction, I guess you'd be able to.
So what would happen if we have to take refraction away? Would it give a different observation?
If there was no refraction, then you'd have a different observation, yeah.
So we always only see the optical apparent horizon, correct?
Yeah, basically.
So not physical curve.
But it is physical curve.
How? How's
Where?
it
You
physical?
don't ever see it.
Look at the planet.
You observe. You just told us you observe only optical. So how is it
Yeah.
physical?
You observe optical, yeah. Yeah.
So we have optical curve, not physical curve. That's
So
what you're saying?
Earth's too big to
But
see
the
the
Earth-
curvature.
But since the Earth absolutely curves, you
How?
you
Where's
need to
where are you
look at
proving
it.
that? You just told us it's optical. So therefore,
Mhm.
it's an eye trick. It's not physical.
The horizon is. There are some circumstances where I think it can be physical as well.
Huh. It has to be
Yeah, well,
physical
what's
Yeah,
on a
the
globe.
physical.
Yeah.
It's a physical line where where a sky meets the ground.
You just said it was apparent.
Yeah, it's an apparent line because of refraction, because of the atmosphere.
I got a question
Because
for you.
to always be looking through atmosphere, it's optical, but it is
Okay.
a physical line as well.
Do you see Saab's background here? You got behind him?
Yeah,
Gravity.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Where gravity is. How far away is that sun away from him? Do you know?
about 93 million miles.
Is
How did you come up to that figure?
Yeah, that's what they say.
They? Who's they?
The physicists, astronauts,
Physicists.
scientists,
Hold the phone here.
the astrophysicists.
Astrophysicists. That's Disneyland. Okay, that's not real. Okay, here's the physics that you have. You have actual physics. Okay, we're not talking about theoretical physics. We're talking how did you get that distance to the sun? That has nothing to do with what was the science involved with determining this 93 million miles that's changed since Copernicus from 3 million. It's actually
Yeah,
gone
of
up
course it
100
changed.
million and then back down again.
Of course it changes. Of course it would change over the years.
By 100 million miles?
Yeah,
How?
because we had an absolute, because back in the day they didn't have all of this equipment. They could
What
only use
equipment?
their
What
eyes and,
equipment? What equipment?
like radar and
Radar. You can't
other
check the sun. You can't
measuring
measure
devices that
the
we have
sun with
today. They
radar.
didn't have back then. So
Where
of
do you
course it
hold
would be
on
off by
radar?
millions of miles.
What has radar got to do with anything?
Well, you can measure the distance using radar.
No, you can't.
It's a black body.
But it's got a big enough, it's got a great enough density that it bounces it back.
No, it
It's a
doesn't.
black body. Well, it's claimed to be a black body, so it can't. It
You also
absorbs
have-
all the image.
You have to also consider at the orbital speed the Earth is supposedly going around the sun, and the fact that it takes about 8.5 minutes for the signal to even reach the sun, as it attenuates, and then supposedly, according to you, bounces off of the sun, still attenuated, and it attenuates even more back for another 8.5 minutes. Okay, spreading the
You think it
signal
will
out,
move?
spreading that uses the inverse square law of light, at which point the Earth is now moved approximately 18,000 miles out of position from where you sent the signal
And it
from.
still appears at the
So it's
same
going
place.
to bounce back to a location that
Yeah.
you were not at anymore.
Remember,
So that won't work.
yeah. Remember that the Earth alone at the equator moves around at 480 meters a second. Now that's just the
Yeah,
rotation.
but
Then it's
they
still
can
the Earth as
predict
well
where it will
moving
go.
it around its orbit, which is what, 66,000 miles an hour. It's like
Yeah, but
crazy.
they can predict where it will go. Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, it'll go back to where, if it actually comes back, and if it were actually possible to send a signal that far, it would be 17 minutes before you got a return signal. Figure out how far the Earth has moved in its orbit around the sun in 17 minutes, and it's about
You know what would be interesting?
18,000 miles, man.
You know what would be an interesting demonstration if a Globie can do us a favor. Take a dartboard and try and take a BB gun and try ride on a horse or drive in a car as fast as possible past it, shoot the bullseye, and see
Yeah.
if it's going to bounce back to you.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what you're claiming is happening when you take radar to the sun.
Right. You,
Hang on, do I have that video? Where's that one? Throwing a ball on a.
I've heard how they supposedly
Oh.
do it, and they register like the concentrated heat or signal from that to determine where it is. Which they can't hit it with a radar necessarily. It's not just what they don't directly aim a radar at the sun and don't work right. It won't. They do a radio telescope, is what I understand. They use antenna to collect data from it, but it's not a radar signal they hit it with.
yeah.
They don't ping it with a radar. No.
Yeah.
I just want
They
to
don't
point out. I just want to point out how dumb people are. I thought the Earth moved 1,000 miles an hour. Yes, the Earth rotation is 1,000 miles. Sav is talking about the Earth's orbit around the sun in Muhu.
Many.
Yeah. Isn't the sun rotating around the center of our galaxy at how
Many
fast again?
different speeds and vectors that
Yeah.
everything's going in according to your heliocentric belief.
Yeah. We're just in the
That's
one of the little.
interesting.
So true, Eugene. So true.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. What's interesting?
We measure the sun's distance indirectly.
And what does indirectly mean?
Well, let's see.
It's
We bounce
calculated,
radar-
in other words.
Calculated, exactly.
So it's
bounce radar
calculated, not
off a
measured.
nearby planet, time they echo, and use celestial mechanics to convert that single precise baseline into the astronomical unit.
The AU units, yes.
It's a brilliant blend of a simple stopwatch, physics, and orbital geometry. No need or hope to hear ping back from the sun itself.
Whoopsie. So you don't need to hear a ping back from the sun itself. So it's assumed, it's calculated, and
Yeah.
accepted by affirming the consequence based on no evidence whatsoever.
But if we can calculate the distance, and why can't we use that calculation?
Can calculations be wrong?
I suppose, yeah.
You know why the sun's distance has changed throughout all the years?
Because we didn't have the precise enough tools to measure it.
Because it's all calculated. It's never measured, Luca.
They just
Based
said
on
they
the bloody
don't.
estimated size of Venus.
Yeah.
It's ratio based. What's an AU,
It's like
astronomical
using a
unit? Do you know what astronomical unit is, Luca?
No.
It's just a unit measure given in astronomy. So it's
Oh.
it's to give a very large number, in other words.
Ah, okay.
It
And
could be anything.
93 million is a large number, so.
It's a guesstimate, really.
Big
They
guesstimate.
can, yeah.
Stretchy guesstimate.
Where is that? There we go.
Watch this guy
There
trying to
we
throw
go.
this ball. Watch this. And he's on a, they're on a,
On a rotating.
yeah. It's like a little.
This would have worked with the Coriolis when we were earlier with the science, yeah. But I guess this can still fall under observation, because you don't observe this in reality.
Let's see. Ah,
Make
they
the
got
bucket.
the
Make the bucket.
recruiter.
Yeah.
Oopsie, he must be drunk.
Could be. Football.
No,
And-
imagine he's throwing
Oh.
that ball while he's also spinning in that chair.
Uh-huh. Look how it's going to appear to curve, guys. Remember, he's throwing it straight.
Mm-hmm.
The ball
Yeah.
is
Coming
going
straight
straight.
from the position he was in.
But isn't that
He's only
exactly what
appearing.
we
He's only
observed?
appearing. He's only appearing to rotate underneath. Correct.
But isn't that exactly what we observe?
In physics,
So-
yes.
If we observe what
Not on
they're
Earth.
observing,
That's
and
not what we
they're
observe on
spinning,
Earth, though. We don't observe
yeah,
that on
it's
Earth.
exactly what we observe on Earth.
No. Demonstrations like that we observe.
Going,
You can demonstrate Coriolis effect, but we do not
Yeah.
see that.
When do
Yeah,
you,
we
when do you see any
stupid-
other planes zooming away
when
from
we
you?
fire bullets.
I've shot many
Yeah.
bullets. I've never seen that happen.
If you,
I don't know, Solve.
if you,
Last time you shot your rifle, have you had to account for this beloved observed Coriolis that they're talking about?
Nope. I'd never even heard about it until as people was talking about it in Flat Earth, and I was like, "What the hell you been talking about?" I've been shooting all my life, and I ain't never took that into account.
Odd. That's weird. So,
yeah, but like Sovereign, have you ever needed to take it into account?
Why would I? There's nothing moving. It's
Yeah, so you wouldn't say
ridiculous.
There's
don't
one
need to
thing you
take
do
it
take into account,
so you
Luca, that's actually
so-
more than anything else, and that's
It's your own.
wind
Yep.
and your angle, your elevation angle.
Yep.
Wind won't. Wind. The thing about wind is that it changes often.
that's
Ah.
right. Yeah, there you go.
So we don't.
Wind
really have-
100 meters away from you can be different than 400 meters away from you.
That's why
Yeah.
That's why you observe the effects from you all the way to the target. Okay. There's indicators, grass, leaves, and they'll give you an idea as to how fast the wind is going and in what direction.
So,
don't
Saab,
look
you ever?
up in the sky, you don't
ever-
look up in the sky, see a plane deviate, and decide to shoot in that direction or whatever.
No. I've never seen planes deviate in the sky neither. But
Yeah.
Saab, have you ever
We-
shot?
we
have
can
Have you
measure
ever shot
and mark
indoors before? The question: have you ever
Have I-
shot inside?
Yes.
Like, okay. Did you had to account for Coriolis inside when you were
No.
shooting? Oh man, you would have to if the Earth was spinning, though, right?
Well, I don't know. Airplanes don't they have to account for it, and they go a hell of a lot slower than an airplane. You know, I'm trying to figure out how an airplane take off at the equator that's supposedly going 1,040 miles an hour and head due north and not have to keep adjust his east-west orientation at any time because of the change in rotational speed of the Earth as he goes north.
Yeah. And
Here we
then
go,
when it
guys.
lands with that landing gear, and it doesn't get the landing gear doesn't get spiked out from underneath it, you know.
Hold on, we're flying backwards now. Hold on.
Oh my god!
That's what you observe, correct?
No,
Well, that's what your globe claims has to happen.
no. The
Yes.
plane has that momentum of the Earth already.
I mean, it's quite the opposite in some aspects because sometimes with parallax you don't see the planes moving at all,
Do you
depending
know the
if you're in a car or
conservation of
whatever.
momentum?
So sometimes you see the opposite of what
Okay.
the
The
Coriolis.
conservation of momentum.
Now I'm going to blow Luca's mind.
One
Because now
plane
there is
takes
really
off,
one
they
showing.
have
Look,
the
look.
momentum of the Earth with them.
Look. What's going on? Why is that
Yeah.
plane flying backwards?
It's obviously edited, so no.
No, it's
I
not
can tell
edited.
you why it appears to be flying backwards, Luca.
The plane
Because
you're in
someone is
Why?
flying higher than him, recording him, flying
and going
faster.
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 Ah. So don't they both
Oh.
have
Yeah,
the
that's
momentum
right.
of the Earth?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, why is the one
It's
going
flying
backwards and the one
faster.
isn't?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
So why is one going backwards and the other one isn't?
because it's
Yeah, if
flying
you go with,
faster.
no, conservation of
You,
momentum. That's what he just
you
said.
said it was
That's right.
flying faster.
So conservation of momentum is not a thing when it comes to Earth rotation in planes.
Can things go faster than other things?
You're not getting
I've
what
seen
you're saying.
cars go faster than other cars. What? Cars can go faster than other cars by speeding up.
The
So
point
why
is they're
can't
both
planes
supposed.
go faster than other planes by speeding up?
You said planes can't fly backwards.
We
I'm trying to
observe
show
it
you
too.
it's an
That's not
observed
actually flying
phenomena.
backwards. It's just that this plane is flying faster than the other plane.
Can
So
you?
it
So it's
appears to
not
be
Earth
flying
rotation.
backwards.
So it's not caused by Earth rotation then.
What?
We
How can
observed
you
the
get
plane fly
that?
backwards. We observed the plane fly backwards.
Because the
So-
other plane is flying faster.
So not Earth rotation then.
There's an old example of it.
It's
Look,
going
like,
faster. How's that got anything to do with Earth rotation?
I'm
he's
just
messing
pulling
with
your
you
leg,
here.
Luca.
Well,
Yeah. So look, you're on a runway and you take off going west, and you get to 500 miles an hour, and the Earth's rotation
isn't
is
it-
what at the equator? It's where you take off.
you'll
from.
have you'll have the 1,030 miles per hour that the Earth is going. Take off going your speed, and your speed is added onto that 1,030 miles per hour
Yeah,
that
but
you were already going before. So you've got a cumulative speed of about 1,004, 1,000, like 1,700 or whatever speed planes go. You'll have that accumulated onto the 1,030 miles per hour that you
Well, what
were
about
already
going the
going.
other way, Luca? What
That's what I'm
about going
talking
the other
about.
way?
Yeah.
If you're going the
Yes,
other way,
if
you're
you
only
take
doing
off-
average speed of about 450, 500 miles an hour. Let's put it there. Make it easy, okay?
If
So let's
you
suppose the
take off
airplane's going
going
500 miles an hour, and he takes off going the opposite direction of the Earth's rotation, right? Which is 1,040 miles an hour. You just said that it adds to it going in the direction of the rotation. Now going in the other, it's only minus and back.
Yeah.
So now you'd actually be traveling backwards, or the Earth, the destination would come up behind you. You'd never catch up to it. So if what you
you
were
wouldn't
saying
be
is true,
traveling backwards, you'd just be traveling slower.
but what
Okay.
about going?
If two
Okay,
planes were to
Luca-
take off in completely opposite directions, then one would appear to be going
Okay.
slower than the other.
Okay, let's say you jump in a raging river. A river's flowing, and you jump in there and you swim. And you're swimming as fast as you can against the current.
Yeah,
What's going to happen?
you'd get swept backwards.
So you're swimming forward, but you're still going backwards, correct?
Yeah, because the current is way stronger. Well, it depends on how fast the current is.
So let's say
if the current's slow,
wait. No, that's fine. So let's say you turn around and you swim as fast as you can with the current. Will you
yes,
be
you'd
swimming
going
faster than what
Yeah.
you did the other way, the other
Yes,
direction?
you'd be going faster. Look, I said that one plane would be going slower than the other, and if they took off in opposite
It would be
directions.
dramatically slower. Dramatically slower.
So my question
Not
again is: would the
really.
Earth would it not be more viable just to fly in the opposite direction, just and wait for the Earth to come to you? You'll use less fuel.
Yeah, but whose perspective are you looking at? If you're observing it from the outside, that when you go against and with the current,
Yeah, but
then-
that's a physical thing. With and without, if you're going against or with the current, that's a physical thing. That's not an optical thing. That's a physical thing.
I had a real life
Well-
example like that, Luca. I'll give it to you. I was down in Tempe, Arizona, and I climbed this fence. They had reservoirs, and they get these water canals, and I fell into it, and it's going about 40 knots, literally washed me downstream. And if I would have gone with the current, I would have went under a bridge through a turbine and probably been killed. But I swam against it eventually. But it took me a long time just to even get momentum to go forward. I was just treading water the whole
I've
time.
done that. I've done that. Just staying in the
Yeah.
same place in the sea. Yeah, it scared me. It scared me.
Yeah, that's what we're basically talking about. There is a medium above us that they're flying through. They would actually maintain flight if the Earth was moving. You could actually like basically hover there. Just wait for Paris to come along or whatever
Yes,
city you're
exactly.
going to.
If the Earth is underneath you spinning faster than you're actually moving, then you might as well wait for the country to come up behind you.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's physical. That's what we're talking about, not an
Yeah.
observation. It's a physical thing, dude.
That's not how it says it works.
Who? How?
You can't just hover a helicopter and just wait for the country to move beneath you. And
Yes, because the Earth's not moving. We agree.
Exactly.
Yeah. You're
What?
saying
No.
everything's tied down. So gases and wind and stuff don't move physical objects, right? They're just kind of like this is a big blob of air attached to the ground. Like, how does that work?
If you somehow got the helicopter to, well, have a hypothetically, if you somehow got the helicopter to be moving constantly and have a lot of fuel in it, then I suppose you would eventually see that the Earth rotate beneath it.
Okay, let's put it
I-
this way, Luca. Do you believe that the Earth's atmosphere is velcroed to Earth?
What does that mean? Just held down?
Yeah, like moving with the Earth rotation.
Lockstep, you know.
Well, the atmosphere would, yes, it would be moving with the Earth rotation. Yeah,
So
yeah.
why do we have wind then?
Wind is caused by pressure differences and heat differences.
Yeah, but then it's not in lockstep.
But the wind isn't
still
really in
air.
lockstep. No.
Is
The
air
wind-
is air bonded?
Well, if you look at it as like one giant atmosphere, then well, are you saying that? Well, yeah, gravity wouldn't really affect each individual.
No, I'm not worrying about gravity right now. I'm
molecule.
specifically talking about behavior of gas.
It's not
Let's put it
Yeah,
this way,
well, are you
Luca,
talking about each individual
if I swish my
molecule or
hand through the
entire
air right
thing?
now, if we use the Schrodingian effect and I swish my hand through the air right now, you would agree that air is not going to, with my hand, it's going to vortex around and go the other way. It will stay behind. My hand's just going to go, but that air is going to stay where it is.
Are you talking about like
So it's
the
not gonna move with my
entirety
hand.
of the air that you swing your arm through, or each individual molecule of the air that?
But that's how
you're
air is.
swinging?
Air is individual molecules.
So it's not
They're
bonded.
Yeah,
not
but
bonded.
we look at the atmosphere as not individual molecules, as one entire thing.
But that goes against gas.
Exactly.
You muted, Soph.
You can't obtain that without physical containment because of the fact that they're not bonded together. Okay? They're all individual. So they're not, it's the only way to have a mass of any gas or gases is to have it physically contained.
And
There's no other way.
And
We
SKS is bringing up
observe a
exactly what I wanted to
precipitating-
ask as well. So at what altitude atmosphere is not moving in unison with the ground beneath it?
Well, when the atmosphere is pretty much always going to be unless you go really high and there's like no atmosphere left, because
Right. So when we have high altitude balloons, at let's say 100,000 feet, there's hardly any atmosphere. Do you agree?
yeah,
Why are they still moving with the Earth then?
well, they're still either they're either they're like moving, they've got conservation of momentum and moving because of the speed that they already
Do you know how
had.
do you know how
before.
tangential velocity works?
That's the speed that Earth has at the equator.
No,
Tangential
the tangential
velocity.
velocity says the further away from the radius, the faster you'll have to move to keep up the same rotation.
Yeah, and the Earth spins
So
about
let's, for instance,
1,030
take observation
at the
of Felix Baumgartner then. How high was
Uh-huh.
Felix Baumgartner?
when
200,000
100
feet?
No. He was around 100.
220,000 feet?
Wasn't it 150?
Yeah, it was about 220,000 feet or something.
Was it the Red Bull jump thing?
Yes.
Yes.
The,
Why is it that the Earth didn't rotate under him?
Did he feel any velocity while he was up there too at that radius? He would have to, wouldn't he? It'd be immense almost if he was
Felix
attached to gravity.
Felix Baumgartner demonstrated there's no rotation of Earth whatsoever.
But he had he had some of Earth's movement because of the
At
conservation of momentum.
220,000 feet where there's no air.
He was still moving. He still had the conservation of
So
momentum. It didn't just
how
run
did he
out
pick
as
up
soon
more
as it left
energy?
the atmosphere.
Wait. How did he pick up more energy? The higher you go, the more energy you have to conserve. In other words, you need more energy to conserve that rotation because you have to speed up. So where is he getting that energy from?
What? If he was...
How is he gaining energy to rotate?
He isn't.
Exactly, because it's not rotating. That's the point, Luca.
He was losing energy, sure, because the longer he stayed up there, then the conservation of momentum would eventually run out.
And how long did he stay up there for?
The descent time was about 9.5 minutes. So
9.5 minutes. Do you know how far Earth would rotate under 9.5 minutes?
Oh shit!
He would literally be landing in the ocean.
But
Somewhere in the Pacific,
of momentum, it would. The conservation of momentum just doesn't run out instantly as soon as you leave Earth's atmosphere. You'd still have it. It would run out eventually.
It's not indefinitely.
Sure. But and since it's going back into Earth's atmosphere, which is also rotating with the Earth, then he'd gained the momentum back as soon as he hit the atmosphere again.
Okay. So let's say Felix Baumgartner was here. Okay. This is like the closest to the Earth. Now he's going up. Let's say he's 50,000 feet. Now he's 100,000 feet. Now he is 220,000 feet. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Now
220.
Yes.
I thought the altitude was around 40.
Huh? No.
As far as I know, just 220. Let me get it quickly. Make sure.
Wasn't it like 40,000 meters or something? Oh, right, feet. You're saying feet, not meters. Okay, gotcha.
Feet, yeah.
Feet is
wait.
Okay.
No, I wasn't 200. It was 130,000 feet. Sorry, guys. I misspoke there. Why did I think 220? Anyway. Yeah, it was 128,000 feet. So that's 39,000 meters.
39 kilometers. About that. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's right.
39,000 meters.
And they advertise it as a jump from space, Luca. They jump from space.
Yeah, because
39,000, yes.
Because they claim 60 kilometers is space. But the point I'm making now, Luca, is how long did it take him to get up there? A few hours?
It depends how fast the rocket or whatever it was using was going. If
Balloon.
it was a well designed one, then it could take like maybe 15 minutes,
It was a
maybe
balloon.
20,
It was in a
to
balloon.
get
It took him 90 minutes.
90. Oh my. Okay.
He lost a lot of momentum in that 90 minutes, I'm sure.
So
Well, the
what's
atmosphere is moving with the Earth, so
okay? So with 90 minutes to get to 130,000 feet, okay?
and according to you, that they say space doesn't actually start until 60 kilometers. So he didn't actually leave Earth's atmosphere.
He couldn't. He was
Huh?
in a balloon. Nobody can leave Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, obviously.
Nobody can.
Yeah, otherwise the balloon would pop or something.
Yeah, let's just say this is 70,000.
Well, no, it's enclosed. You're not getting out.
It's contained. Yeah.
Otherwise,
Let's
you wouldn't have that volume of gases in order to rise up.
and let's just say this is 5,000 feet, whatever. 500, 5,000.
And
Okay.
obviously, it would be a helium balloon for him to
Yeah,
get
yeah,
up that in that.
Okay.
sort of-
So let's say, yeah, at 5,000 feet, you're saying he's still rotating with the Earth at 1,080 miles per
Yeah,
hour.
since the atmosphere is quote unquote Velcro, you said, to the Earth momentum. So
Well,
yeah,
Luca, if
That's
that's
you.
true, though, if that's true, that means that tangential speed of that air that he's up there in is going many times faster than it was at the Earth where he took off from. Correct?
Mm-hmm. That's the point.
What?
Hello, everyone.
How would you?
Hey,
How would
Leonard.
you
Gotta-
speed up when you go higher?
Well,
That's
because
what we're
it has to
saying.
keep up with the thing. When you get concentric circles, they have to go just like a record, man. The edge of the record, the outside edge, is traveling much faster than near the middle.
Mm-hmm. Because it's more
You wouldn't
distance
need-
to take. Remember,
Cover
the
more
more distance you travel in the same amount of time means your speed has to be increased.
It would take less energy the higher up you go because there's less atmosphere.
But you have to travel faster, correct?
No.
Why not?
Hey.
To go travel a further distance, you don't have to travel faster.
To
You got to
It
keep up with the
wouldn't
momentum. Go ahead.
If it's less denser, you have to provide more energy to push from
would-
something. So
it's
yes, you
just
have to
that,
go faster.
well, in order to escape the Earth's atmosphere, you would need some. You would need like lots of energy.
Yeah, they have,
Because
you
of
can't get through it, man.
And I'm not talking about the dome. But I'm talking about from my point of view, gravity would be preventing you to escape, right? So I'd argue that a closed system, you'd need a force to escape a closed system, right? You can't just escape it without a force.
You can't escape from a closed system, Luca. You can't transfer energy in a closed system. You can't transfer matter in a closed system.
Well,
By
you can
definition.
transfer energy, you just can't transfer matter.
Yeah, matter. Yeah.
So you need
So-
energy to escape it, right?
So
Okay.
quickly play. I want to play like 2 minutes of the screen, not even. Just quickly
Okay.
watch this, Luca.
If you can do that. All right, so tangent velocity notes. Uniform circular motion is the motion of an object with constant speed, not constant velocity. The reason the velocity is not constant is because the direction is always changing.
Do you understand that?
You talk about the orbits the many orbits we have?
No,
Like,
this is talking about the same thing. Felix Baumgartner
Yeah.
going more up. The higher he goes up, the faster he is going to have to speed up to keep with the speed of the rotation of the Earth.
the
It's
Earth's
changing
rotation
velocity.
is
Yeah.
constant. The Earth's rotation is constant there.
No, but it
Yeah,
changes
but
vector
for him to
constantly.
keep,
Yeah.
it changes vector constantly. Is correct. So when you're claiming, okay, he's going up and he's keeping with the rotation of the Earth, that means he has to literally speed up to keep up with the rotation. So where is he getting this energy to speed up?
I guess, well, the balloon is made of helium, so it's a pressurized helium balloon.
Watch this quickly.
But it would obviously have to be pressurized.
Just look at this. Listen quickly.
Okay, so an electric rod has 3 light bulbs, which are depicted in blue. The rods, maybe I'm going to use a different color since that's blue. I'll use this green. Okay, the rod spins with a uniform circular motion.
Mm-hmm.
Light bulb A is the closest light bulb from the center of the rotation. Light bulb B is the furthest away and at the edge of the rod. Which light bulb takes longer to go all the way around? Okay, so this is going to go in a circle like this. Which one is going to take longer to go all the way around? Take your time, pause if
None
you
of them.
want
They
to.
all go the same direction because they're on the same rod.
Well, you
Remember,
can.
but you have to understand B is traveling a further distance than A.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So which one is
because
traveling faster, B or A?
B.
So more energy required for B, correct?
It's just that there's less energy pulling you back. There's less energy you have to go through. There's less
I
like.
don't think that's a different vector.
Well, let me make an analysis then. If you have 2 people going the same speed, one is at point A and the other is point B. Now, even though they're going the same speed, one is appearing to go faster, and that would be B. B is appearing to go faster than A because there's less.
Physics are going faster.
There's
It's
less
not appearing.
drag in the way. There's not as much drag. So B would be going faster than A. It's not that he's using more energy. He's using the same amount of energy as A. It's just that there's less drag to contend with. Therefore, he's going faster.
But what happens if they move with the wind, with the rotation, Luca?
Well, if you're moving with the rotation, then obviously that's going to increase the speed a little bit.
And there's no difference in speed. That's the whole point. There's no difference at all. Based on a spinning rotational sphere, you're supposed to have tangential velocity change the higher you go up. You don't see this. And because there's hardly any air up at that altitude, it means there is no atmosphere to push you with the rotation of Earth.
That's right.
Isn't that how they say they develop orbits, supposedly? You get so high up they just fall around the center of mass over and over again.
Constantly
How
fall.
you get into orbit is you fly an angle. You don't fly straight up. You need to fly at like a degree angle, so you can get into proper alignment, I guess you could say.
They call it
straight up is an angle.
Yeah, straight up. If you get straight up and just
It's still an
turn
angle.
up your entrance,
It's still an angle, though. Straight up is still an angle.
Shh, don't say angle. There's he's gonna get triggered, man.
Oh, okay.
Well, if you're on a tangent point on a
Right,
sphere, that
yeah.
would be an angle, right? So you're angling off that sphere. And
By
especially
the way,
if it's
15
rotating.
minutes left till the new topic, guys.
Well, I got a great example that P-Brain did just recently. He got a new video out about exactly this topic almost.
Oh, you want to put it up? Because you got
Yeah, it's
15
in
minutes.
private. It's in private chat right there. You want to grab it?
Private chat.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
this
let's
one.
do it. Shout out to P-Brain, by the way.
T-Brain. Yeah.
Green
ready for
water
guitars.
Moves, is it green water moves to the credit
Yeah.
my spinning ball? Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. This one is this. We're on about the water. He's on about the water, like with the spinning. The water should be going all different directions. Is that? Not,
Yeah, it should.
Yeah.
It should.
It's a good video. It's a good video.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a little demonstration how water moves to the equator of a spinning ball. Here's my trusty blue ball, and I have some latitude lines drawn on it. So this latitude line where I have this little green drop of water is about, I don't know, 50, 55 degrees north latitude. Okay, so you'd have hundreds of mile per hour moving water which wants to move straight. The ground is being forced to turn by nature of a sphere. That line, which critical think that looks straight, all you have to do is look at it at the right angle. No, the right angle is to look at it from perpendicular to the surface because it's a sphere. See, they thought and they described it as a cylinder. This is how they made their sphere work. But the fact is, all points on a rotating sphere are forcing you to turn on the rotating sphere Earth, left in the northern hemisphere and to the right in the southern hemisphere, except for the equator. That you turn down and around the ball, like I'm demonstrating with these cars. But as you can see, the latitude line up here around 50 degrees north latitude is a turn, right? When I show the car moving straight, you can see it's not a straight line, right? That straight path the car is making is the path water will take as it separates from the ground and it migrates down to the south. And that's what I'm going to show you in this video. Because I actually had some ballers say to me, how do you know the water's moving to the equator? It's not. It's just lifting at the equator. And I said, all this water, like this red ball, all this water is being stored at the equator.
This video
and it's lifting off.
Interesting fact, I used this video that he's showing now in one of my videos when I started my channel. And I had to take it down for copyright issues.
Wow.
Huh.
These guys literally copyright me for this video he's using now.
That's strange. Why would he do that, man? To be honest. Yeah.
No, these are the slow-mo guys.
Yeah.
They copyrighted me.
Oh, the slow-mo guy is copyrighted.
Yeah, they copyrighted me.
Unbelievable.
It was one of my first videos on my channel. So I didn't contend with it. I just took it. I was like, okay, whatever.
I thought they were all right as well. I mean, they're quite funny.
I love their content though. They've got really good
They've
content.
got that camera as well that can slow it down to what?
Yeah.
250,000 frames per second.
Yeah, it's quite. It's hectic.
Maybe more.
No, Dumbos. It's moving to the equator. Newton's law, which is just common sense and what we observe, things move in a straight line.
Yeah.
They don't want to turn. There's a force required to make things circle or turn.
And one other experiment we can do to show that a force inward is required to keep the ball moving in a circular path is to, at some point, as the ball is rolling around there, I'll just pick up the ring and watch what happens to the ball. The ball will be moving in this path. When the ball is right here, I'll lift up the ring and you'll notice that the ball will continue on with a straight line motion in the absence
because it
of
changes
a net
vector.
force.
It changes vector. Whoopsie.
Demonstrating that a centripetal force or an inward force is required to keep an object moving in a circular path.
Right.
Like these latitude lines on a sphere. And that force that's forcing the ground to turn, and in this case it's a rubber ball, but on the Earth, the force is the sphere itself. And the ground being bunched up in its ground. You know, although they say that there was an equatorial bulge, there is an equatorial bulge and the ground shifted and moved, but it's in equilibrium, and they may come up with some cockamamie story, but equilibrium just means that it's bunched up. It's moved, it's wedged up against ground in front of it. The equator is bulged up. You know, I talked about that in this video, my last one I put up.
Yes, the centrifugal acceleration.
Table, please. Garlic bread's ready. I said the garlic bread.
The surface tension and say gravity as well.
Keeps
What?
it going in that circular motion.
Moves it towards the equator. Moves the water towards the equator.
Hmm.
The centrifugal acceleration, the surface tension and gravity move water towards the equator.
All
Luca,
three of
I
those
hope-
forces. Yeah.
Luca, I hope one day when you're going to ask to marry your wife, you're not going to ask ChatGPT to say when you can marry your wife.
Set up a date, everything. Get
That's a good one, Vlad.
ChatGPT to propose and everything.
Have
What
you
color
seen the
flowers
guy
should I
that's
get
in
her?
love with AI? Literally, like AI girlfriend. Chatbot.
What you want an AI girlfriend?
No, I know a man that has an AI girlfriend.
Oh, you know him.
Yeah,
Some people
Well,
are
that's
I
like
don't
excellent.
that.
know him personally, but I've seen him on
Yeah, some people are very weird.
he proposed
even though
to it,
he's
didn't
got a
he?
wife
Yeah.
and kids.
Yep.
He's basically replaced his wife with a AI chatbot.
That's crazy.
I did a show on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, I know.
Flatfoot, I got an observation question for you. See what your response is. Why doesn't the sun measurably change in horizontal angular size?
It does.
Okay, can
It does.
you pull up an example
We
of
literally
that?
showed it the other day for Luca.
No, you
that's
showed
my challenge.
hold on a second. You showed it vertically. Can you show it horizontally?
It
Yeah,
was
I can.
horizontal and vertically.
I'm going to show you why. I can show
Yeah.
you why.
Okay, yeah, show me.
Real easy. Okay. So put me up full screen for a second, Flats. Turn off my background so I can do
How many
this.
times do you have to explain this to
Okay.
them, though?
You see this thing right here? Okay. I'm going to extend my arm forward. I'm crooked at the elbow like this. I'm going to extend it forward. You see a definite change in size, right? You see a definite change in size.
Horizontal and vertical, yes.
Now watch. I'm going to go way
Parallax.
way back here. Now I'm going to extend my arm the same distance. Did you see much change at all? If any?
It changes a little bit. Yeah, it changes a little bit.
Not noticeable. Now, if I
know.
were to go back even further, the point is if something's already far away from you and you have a limited amount of time to observe it, in other words, if you could observe it from here all the way back to here, that would be a different story. But you're not. You're only observing it from here to here.
So are you saying that the sun doesn't change? Hold on a second. Are you saying that the sun doesn't change angular size then horizontally?
Not in your view. Often not in your view. You don't. You're not able. You have to let someone finish what they're saying before you cut in. Okay. So it depends on the amount of time you're able to observe it as well. Okay.
So can you see the sun do that?
If you're high enough.
What about on the ground?
No, of course not.
Okay, so Flats, you don't have one where you see a angular size change.
Yeah, you
okay. So which is it?
Okay.
Sav, is it you can't see it or you can, Sav?
It
now,
depends.
Just a second. If you were to actually take screenshots of my before and after fact, you would see a small amount of change. Okay. Now.
Okay, so you would see change now. So you changed your story.
Wait a second. Listen to me. Stop looking for your gotcha because you don't have one.
Well, no, you keep changing your story.
No, you keep interrupting. You don't understand what I'm talking about.
Okay.
The lighter when I showed it to you in the distance was still changing in angular size, but the appearance of it changing was not there. You have to really, really discern it to look, as is shown in this picture.
You have to physically take screenshots. You have to take the screenshots and you have to lay them on to see. Can you see on the second? The vertical and horizontal is different size from the first.
How can you tell the horizontal is different in that?
Literally, you can see it on screen. Are you blind?
Where's the horizontal difference?
Are you blind, Wesley?
Okay, you're saying on the right. How do I tell the horizontal distance is different?
Are you blind, Wesley? That is the new one. That's the old.
Yes,
Can
it's
you
much.
see vertical is smaller and horizontal is smaller.
Okay, how did you measure that the horizontal is smaller?
Let me
You can see it. Jesus.
You can?
literally see it.
You can?
Yes. You know what? I'm going to do it this way.
Why don't you
just for Wesley.
do the same
Just
picture,
for
but
Wesley.
do it horizontally.
Just
Do
for
the same picture
Wesley.
and do it horizontally. Yeah.
Just for Wesley, guys.
It's in front of your eyes, for fuck's sake, man. Seriously.
No, but this is Wesley.
I won't take it from guys that say that.
Hold
that
on,
it looks
Wesley.
flat.
Are you saying that if he turns that image on the right 90 degrees, that'll be enough for you?
The image
fuck are
on
you
the top.
talking about?
The
You're
image,
just no. You're just looking for shit to waste people's time.
Yeah.
no,
There
no,
we
no,
go.
no.
That's the new
That's
one.
not the size of the sun.
That's
Put the-
the old one.
You can't even draw it straight. That's how dishonest you
Transparent?
are. Draw the.
Oh,
draw a
Wesley, you're
picture-
so fucking
Draw-
desperate. It's not even funny. Your
Draw a picture-
desperation is
It's
oozing.
really
Draw a
dumb.
picture of this
Okay.
in the top left.
Your desperation
Flash,
is oozing.
Flash,
out of
draw
you.
a picture in the top left. Yeah. Put that sun in the top left now. No, the one in the top left. Why don't you take a picture of it in the top
That
left?
is the
and drag
top
it?
left.
What do you
That
think
big
the
one
one
is the
that-
top left, you moron.
Holy shit!
Why don't
That
you
is-
why don't you do the whole sun in the top left? How hard is this to understand?
That is the top left, you moron. Look.
Pull it up
Look.
there.
It is the top left one.
Look how it's more horizontal than that. You
This
moron.
is smaller. That, do you know what horizontal is? Look at this. This horizontal is less. Now I've got to zoom in again.
Delete the pictures on the right and just drag the one
This
from the top left
horizontal
over.
is less than this horizontal.
You don't even have it
Get it?
centered, dude. You don't even have it centered.
Let's center it. Wait. Let's center it.
Shut the
Yeah,
fuck
please,
up,
let's
Wesley.
center
Let's just
You
center
know
for
what? You know
moron.
what?
There we go.
Wesley,
Oh,
he's
stop.
He's
Go
just
off
here
There
to
we
waste
go.
your goddamn time.
There we
Go
go.
away,
Okay.
man. You're gonna talk over
Wesley?
people, dude. Stop
Wesley,
talking
it's
over people.
centered, is it
Listen.
not? Wesley, that's centered, is it not?
Roger.
Is that centered, Wesley?
No, it's off
No.
to the right. You can clearly see it. The top of the circle is
off
to the
to the
right
right?
of your line.
What
What?
are you talking about? You want it like that?
Yes. Now pull the other one in.
It's already in.
Drag the other. Delete those circles and drag the other circle in.
It's
the
already
top left.
in.
What do
Delete
you
those
think it's going to
circles.
do? It's just going to. It's the same,
Oh.
man.
It's
It's
exactly
the same picture,
hell?
dude.
Let me
Yeah,
get
you
Delete
took
those
that-
pictures. Delete those circles. All you have to do is delete those circles.
Walk
Why?
them through it. Yeah. Show him how you did it. That's what he wants to see.
So he is a moron.
He is.
No
Okay.
question about it.
Says
we
the
go.
guy who doesn't know calculus.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh, where's there we go. This
Okay,
is
now-
a circle. That is a circle. This
draw
vertical and
the circle in
horizontal
your
is
top left.
smaller than that vertical and horizontal.
Draw the circle on the top left.
He thinks it's different, guys. He thinks
Same
it's
fucking circle, man.
What a moron. Okay, let me just do this because our time is running out. How much minutes we got left, guys?
That's it.
On
For
the subject, is it over?
Two, probably two.
2 minutes.
Oh, you're
okay.
trying to run away,
You got
Flats?
2 minutes on this.
No, we're on it.
Okay, there we go.
Dude.
Here we go.
You're
Copy,
always good.
paste.
Yeah.
Look,
Oh,
Their
no.
jobs and stuff.
What's going on here? Look at that. What's going
the
on?
difference? It's angular difference.
All right.
Isn't it?
I'll agree with you on that one. That's pretty good. You need a. I would say you need a
okay.
solar
Holy.
filter.
Holy crap!
The other
dude.
question. The other question on your experiments. Do you have an experiment that proves that the Earth is flat?
Shape is not
There,
experiment.
there we go. There we go with the proof
Shape
and
is
the
not
negative.
science.
There
Well, no,
you go with
you
the
guys
proof and
want
the negative.
experiments that
Hey,
prove a
Wesley,
globe.
Shape is not
Wesley,
science.
Wesley,
Hey,
Wesley,
Sav, you have to jump in.
Wesley.
90 degrees,
The
right?
proof-
Perpendicular.
The proof is
Yeah, what's the
required
proof?
of a globe. Okay,
Why?
that's what you don't understand because you
Why?
have the positive claim that goes against
Why?
observable reality. That's why.
So you don't claim it's flat then?
No, that's axiomatic. It's an observation.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
Where,
is.
where,
Yes, it
where on
is.
earth is it flat? Where on earth is it flat?
Yes, it is.
Where on Earth?
Do you observe
showed
flat
everywhere.
as a-
The level
do you observe-
topographical plane. I'm not going to get
Anyway.
into this game of semantics
No,
with you.
it's not. It's
listen,
measurably not
listen,
flat.
listen, you little asshole. I'm not
This
going
is
to
the
get
guy
into
that
this.
couldn't
I'm
measure
not
angle.
going to get into this game of semantics with you. Okay, you
No, I know,
have
it's because you're not
the
smart enough.
positive claim that goes against observable reality.
So you can't
Nor
prove your
anyone
Earth is
else
flat.
here, and I'm just going to keep talking over you. You nor anyone else here has a firsthand observation of a globe Earth. Therefore, the burden of proof lies with the positive claim, which is you.
So if we lived in a valley, we would think it's concave, right?
I'm not getting into semantics
See,
with
you can't
you
do it.
about
Yeah,
it
I know.
anymore until
No, I defeated you already.
you have proof of your positive claim. The
Where's your
default
proof?
observation remains.
It's not default.
Okay,
Yes, it is
guys.
default.
So observation topic is over. Thank you guys for voting. The new topic now for the third hour is gas pressure, who won at 52%. We got the new votes going up for the fourth hour, guys, so make sure you vote. But now it's gas pressure for this hour, so make sure to talk about gas pressure.
Yep. Where's your experiment showing that there is a firmament?
You don't need experiments, it's called natural law.
It's axiomatic again.
No, where's your experiment?
No volume of gas can exist in a volume without physical
containment.
How do you know it can't be another force? Like Flat said earlier. Flats,
You
how do you
have
know it can't be another force?
what force? What force would you suggest? Would
Any
be
other
suitable
force.
to contain a gas? Like what? Any other force?
I'm just doing what Flatsoid did earlier when he said
What?
about gravity. I'm just saying
Oh,
any
I
other
asked
force
you
that you
specific.
can think of.
I'm not asking you why you said so and so. So I'm asking. No, I ask you specifically what force.
Be careful, you might get Flats' channel strike.
What?
Oh, Flatsoid, you said this earlier. You said, why can't it be another force?
This is total false equivalence, is it not?
Yeah.
No, you said because
I said, first of all, the context was built on premise of scientific method, okay?
Yeah, scientific
and it
method.
was, wait. And the scientific method, he was proposing a specific cause for a specific observed phenomena. And I said, how do you know something else could not cause that? Because you are not controlling your variables, you are not showing to have one independent manipulated variable. That's what the context was. Now you are saying, heck, guys, ignore natural law because you're a moron, and tell me, could there be a different force? First of all, gas pressure requires a container. Okay?
Where does it say that? What law is that?
Every single gas law in existence. Gas behavior by itself
show me
requires
the law.
yes.
I'm not familiar with
Wesley?
Okay.
What is gas pressure,
Hey,
Wesley?
hold on a
Show
second.
show me the example.
Hold on a second.
With
Hold on a second.
gas pressure without container. Show me just one
I'm
example.
talking with Flats. What law says that gas has to have a container?
Every single one of them. Bring me one that
Give
doesn't.
Give Browning in motion. That's a good one.
Go ahead.
Browning
What
motion
law?
just describes the motion of the
Yeah,
molecule.
exactly, Roger. You might want to stay out of this. Flatsoid,
No,
what
I'm not.
law? No, that's fine.
Every
if you do,
single
but-
law. Can you bring me one that
okay,
doesn't?
Show me one. Show me one.
Well,
Wait a
Lusak's, Lusak's law. How's that?
Well, wait a second.
What does it say?
You keep asking to prove axioms. You keep wanting people to
Flatsoid,
prove
what does that law
axioms.
say?
No,
Listen to what
you
Tom's
keep
saying.
wanting people to prove axioms. Okay.
So you need him to white knight for you, Flats?
I don't need
What law-
anything.
What law says it has to require a
Lusak's
container?
law.
Okay, state it or show it. What's that law say?
He's pulling it up for you right now. Hold on.
That's the
Thanks,
problem
Roger,
with
for
those
helping
kind of
him
guys because they always use reverse. They should
Yeah,
provide
it's
for
all
us
used.
example
No, that's
of
what all flat
of the
earthers do.
No,
they make
without container, but they
make
can't.
science prove a globe, but they can't prove their own flat
Not
earth.
science. You don't even know what
Science
science is.
prove a
Please
globe.
stop bringing science up. We're not talking science here. We're talking natural law. Okay, can you see on the screen?
Yep.
What does it say?
Show me where that requires a container.
What
Are
the
you
fuck
kidding
do
me?
you think that black thing around it is?
Where in the law, Sav? I'm going to make this real easy for you
Jesus
because I know
Christ,
you
I
can
told
at least
you,
read.
it's
Where in
axiomatic.
this
You
law
fool.
does it
What
say
do
about
you, do you
container?
not understand? What do you not understand about axioms?
You can't read it.
What
You
do
can't
you
read
not
it.
understand about axiomatics?
What Flats? Where
What
does
do
it say
you
it has
not
to be in a container?
understand about axiomatics?
Stop deflecting. Stop
Stop.
running.
No. Stop
Stop
asking.
running, Sav.
Stop asking to prove a negative. You're the one.
How's that a negative?
Because you're the one that claims against the axiom.
No, you claim
no,
that.
Stop interrupting, Wesley.
Okay.
No, not just okay. Stop. Make a conscious
stop
effort to
interrupting
stop
me.
being a douche canoe. Okay?
Oh, come on, buddy. It's gonna be
All
okay.
right. Now listen to me.
You said a funny word.
If I make a claim such as you have, you have to prove, yes, you have, because you are claiming that a containment of physical nature is not required for a volume of gas or gases.
Never said that.
Oh, okay, then you agree. Good for you. Now, welcome to
you made the positive claim that gas requires a container. How's that not a positive thing?
It's not a claim. It's axiomatic. What do you not understand about that?
Okay,
where's the axiom?
What is axiomatic?
Show me the axiom, Soph.
What does axiomatic mean, Wes?
That's what he used.
No, what does axiomatic mean? You obviously don't understand what it means.
You're making the positive claim.
No, it's not a claim. It's an axiom.
Gas requires a container.
It's not a claim. It's an axiom, Wesley. What is
self-evident? Self-evident.
Good job. PJ knows what it means.
You don't.
We all do, dude.
You don't. You're the only one that's having problems with it, dude.
No, I'm not.
Obviously, you are.
Flatz's claim was that gas laws say that they must require containment, physical containment.
All gas laws.
Okay, where is it here?
I've got it on screen.
Flatz? Where is it?
Literally
Flatz?
got it on screen. You see that black cylinder-looking thing?
Do you know that's not part of the axiom? Do you know that's not part of the axiom?
Yes, it
is.
It's
literally part of it.
Okay, where does it say containment in Guy Lussac's law?
It's
mass and volume.
Where's the containment?
Where it says that the water has to be.
Fool.
This is real easy. Where is the
it's
containment
self-evident,
part?
Wesley. It's self-evident.
Nope. You don't get away with it.
Yup, it is.
Unquestionable.
Until you can produce a volume of gas or gases without a physical container, you're fucking wrong.
Okay, where's the physical containment for a cloud?
Just do it. Go against
Where's the physical containment for a cloud?
What are you talking about?
Clouds are already in the contained system.
Yeah,
where is the containment for a cloud?
It's a transition phase, fool.
It's literally going through a phase change.
It's a transition phase, fool, and it doesn't remain in its current state, does it? What happens to clouds, Wesley? What happens to clouds, Wesley?
So when they're in
what
transition
happens
state,
to clouds, Wesley? What happens to clouds, Wesley?
They float around.
They just float around. They don't dissipate.
Some of them do.
They don't condense into water.
You think every cloud?
Wait
condenses?
a second. All the clouds are all that stay there. They're just the same.
You think all the clouds condense into rain?
No new clouds are ever formed. How do clouds form?
What are clouds for? Did you just say that?
No.
How did it form?
Oh my God! What are clouds for?
How do they form?
How do they form, Wesley? Are you deaf too? He's not only blind, he's not only brain dead.
What
he's
are
deaf
clouds
too.
for?
No. Wow. How do they form, Wesley?
Oh, you want me to teach you? Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's
vapor pressure forming
vapor
together.
Pressure?
You're already wrong. You're already
wrong.
Oh, it's not vapor pressure. Okay,
no.
Go ahead, teach me.
What is vapor pressure?
You don't know what vapor pressure is.
No.
What's vapor pressure, Wesley?
You don't?
No.
Go. What is vapor pressure?
Vapor pressure is the pressure of evaporated water.
Pressure on what?
On what? You don't know how to take barometric pressure readings?
Within a contained
barometer.
system?
You mean a container?
You have to have a contained system to have a barometric reading.
Okay, then how do I have high and low pressure systems?
Well, there's various things.
So I don't need to have containment for having different pressure containment.
You literally need containment for that.
You do have to have it for any kind of a gradient or anything.
How do high and low pressure
any pressure at all?
Okay, citation.
What are you talking about? Citation.
No.
You have the positive claim. No. You have the positive claim.
You're just saying
no, you're there again. Nope. Wanting me to prove a fucking axiom.
Fallacy of transferring the burden.
That's all you do is transfer the burden.
Nope.
Because you can't prove your ridiculous bullshit.
Can you quickly read this one screen for us, Wesley?
Yeah. Exerted
There
by
you go,
vapor in
citation.
thermodynamic equilibrium with condensed phases, liquid and solid, at given temperature, it essentially indicates a liquid tendency to evaporate. What I just
No,
said.
why didn't you read it on screen?
Why'd you
Read
skip
what's on
over?
screen.
I just did.
No, you skipped
Read
over
what's on
at a
screen.
given
Also known as
temperature within a
equilibrium vapor.
closed system,
can't-
Wesley.
Man,
Within
he
a closed
can't
system,
stop
Wesley.
interrupting me.
Within a
Stop
closed
interrupting.
system, Wesley. Within a
Where?
closed system, Wesley.
Right there, dude.
Vapor,
in black
the
and
pressure
blue.
exerted
Yeah.
by a vapor thermal dynamic equilibrium with its condensed phases at a given temperature within a closed system.
There
It
you
essentially
go.
Oh,
indicates
Yes,
what's
here
a
you go.
closed system?
You think that means it has to be actually physically closed with a
What the fuck
container?
do you think- How
Here
else
we
would
go.
you
What does
close
this
it?
say in closed system, Wesley?
This equilibrium is established in a closed container where the vapor cannot escape. Okay.
Bing, bing,
So how
bing,
do I
bing,
have?
bing.
How do I have? Wow!
Thank you
Wow!
for
The
playing,
top
Wesley.
left of this panel is so great. How do I have?
Dunning-Kruger.
How
You
do I have
literally the
vapor
epitome of
pressure?
Dunning-Kruger, man.
How do? Oh yeah!
Well,
Now you
first of
use
all, you tell me.
Dunning-Kruger, right?
First of all, no. Last time you're the same. Remember the same
Calculus,
last time
right?
with the sun.
Calculus
you told me
flats.
last time you told me the
Calculus.
sun wasn't. It didn't change. I show you it changing. You said do it this way. It still
No,
shows
you
exactly
did.
what you said it
I
didn't.
agree with. I would
Bob
agree with.
explains to you exactly what you said didn't. I just show you what you say it didn't, and you're reading exactly what you say
So
it
then
didn't.
how? Okay. So then how does vapor pressure form next to dry air?
What?
You don't. Oh, you don't understand it now. Play dumb.
No. I'm just wondering where you get the dry air next to the wet air. I mean,
Where you get the
probably
water
temperature.
Do you know what the
We get the
difference
vapor
between
pressure.
a cloud and not cloud is?
Where are you getting a vapor pressure?
Off the water.
So the water evaporated into the dry air, and it became a cloud. Correct?
Okay, so why is there cloud next to clear air, Roger?
I think you should be asking yourself why the water went up and
why
not
is
down.
a cloud next to clear air?
It's in the same system.
Hey,
Why
I'm
does
telling
the
you,
water
Roger,
go
Just
up
like
and
you
down?
have, just like you can throw a leaf on a pond, it floats on a pond. You have a cloud that's in the same
is a
system
leaf
of
a
the air.
gas? Leaf is a gas now.
Is vapor a gas?
Yes. Why does it have
Water
pressure?
vapor. Water vapor is a gas.
It is part of a gas.
So it's going through phase change.
And
caused by temperature, right? Is that what it is?
and what's your point? Flats? Yeah, what's your point?
And it's in the same system, correct?
What's in the same
You
system?
asked me why is there water vapor pressure in the same system of dry gas?
Yeah.
Same system.
Why are they separate?
Both gas.
Why don't they equalize?
It's a dynamic system.
They will sooner or
They
later.
do. It's
No,
what we
they
call
don't.
weather,
Of course they
dumbass.
will.
It's
that's
a dynamic
what we
system.
call
It's
weather,
never
man.
changing.
It will eventually dissipate into the rest of the gases.
Wesley, why don't we get participation of clouds in
Participation
very dry
of clouds.
weather?
Participation?
No.
It's just rebuttal for your
Participate.
stupid ideas. If
Precipitation.
they
you
wouldn't
can't even use
equalize,
scientific
we would
terms.
have
What
clouds all the
participation?
time. They would
This
never
guy is
disappear.
literally
The Dunning-Kruger of this
participation.
guy.
Wesley, you
No.
literally deaf, blind, dumb, mute. I don't know what's wrong with you,
You
man.
said participation. What does that mean?
Participation, not
Okay.
participation.
That's what you said first.
I never said participation.
Do you see
Go
what
ahead.
he does? Now he's
Go
going to
ahead.
get you off. He knows what the hell you meant. He knows what the hell you said. Now he's going to get off on the distinction.
Yeah, because you guys don't
between two
understand
fucking
scientific
words
terms.
because it gets off the fact that he's a retard.
He
You
didn't
see?
even understand that acceleration was a derivative of velocity. He said, no, it's not.
I never
and
said
then he had
that.
to correct and change it.
So waiting for you, man.
Go ahead. What was the question?
Why doesn't clouds participate in dry weather?
Said it again.
It's how I pronounce things, dude. I'm not
It's his accent, dude. Dude, it's his
It's my
accent.
accent.
Gosh,
And it's
he
not
said it
participate.
again. All right, for a third time, I'll answer you now. I'll assume you mean precipitation when you can't say it.
Assume?
Yep.
Oh, okay, Wesley. You know, you're. Did somebody tell you that you were smart? Where did you ever get the idea that you were smart?
Smarter than you by watching.
No.
you.
Where did you get that idea that you're only smart to you? You're the
Nope.
only person that thinks that. You've looked like a complete retard the
My
whole time
employer-
you've been up here.
My employer
So,
thinks so.
I've got it up on screen, but I'm not going to put it up yet until Wesley actually answers us.
Okay, go ahead.
Why don't you get precipitation of
Good.
clouds in dry weather?
Because it hasn't got to the vapor pressure needed to condense.
False. Should I bring it up on screen for you?
Sure. I could be wrong.
Good. You're always wrong. It's not
We've
what
noticed that.
This game is
We have.
calculus, man.
Okay, what does it
Make it a
say on
career.
screen?
Oh my gosh, there's not enough moisture in air. That is the vapor
not what
pressure.
you
Oh my
said.
gosh.
Is that what he said, guys?
No.
That's not what you said, Wesley.
What is vapor pressure? What is
Again,
vapor
I
pressure?
You're
asked
the
you
one that came up with
specifically.
this idea.
I came up with vapor pressure.
You
Soft
came up with it.
2025.
You came up with it. Show me
No,
what
you
it
didn't
is.
say you
Idea
came
of
up
vapor
with-
pressure.
you didn't say you came up with vapor pressure.
Yeah, he
You
did.
came up with trying to explain clouds using vapor pressure.
Right. When it gets dense enough, or i.e. more moisture in the air section that we're talking about, it will
Air
condense
section.
the rain.
What air section?
The cloud.
How can you ask me? Can you explain to us why water goes up and not down?
Why does water go? Say that one more time.
Why does the water go up and not down?
I actually don't know the reason for that. I'd have to look it up.
Because
I can look
gravity
it up.
doesn't exist. That's why.
Okay, then why do things go down?
Because they're
Because
heavier
it's
than the
denser
air.
than the air around
Okay,
it.
okay. On flat Earth, why does water go up?
Because it
it's
follows
less than the air.
thermodynamic law. There's enough energy in the gas through phase change that it goes up. You know when you boil a kettle?
And tell me how that doesn't work.
You know when you
Tell me.
you
No,
know
no, no.
You know
Hold
when
on.
you boil a
why doesn't that
kettle?
work on a globe?
You know
Why doesn't that
when
work
you
on a
boil
globe?
Wesley, you know when you boil a kettle, do you know why you get steam and the steam goes
No,
up?
that's a really good point, Flats. I
You
agree
know
with you.
why?
Why doesn't that work on flat Earth? I mean, on globe. Why doesn't that work on a globe?
Gravity
Because
pulls
they have a
things down
contained
apparently.
volume.
Oh wait, what about your buoyancy?
What about buoyancy?
What about buoyancy?
Wait, you claim
What's that got to do with what we're talking about now?
Is water heavier than air? Is it denser than air? Sorry.
Of course.
Yeah, but
Okay, so then why doesn't
water
your
vapor is a gas phase change.
But is it denser than air, Flats? That's what I'm asking.
It has energy. It's moving with
Agreed.
energy.
Agreed. That works on both the flat Earth and the globe.
No, your gravity
Yeah,
is supposed to be pulling things down.
No, the energy, just like you said, that was a perfect way of explaining it. I agree.
Ah. So does gas have energy?
Of course, everything has energy.
And gas is less dense than the water vapor.
Gas is less than, of course.
So why is the gas not escaping, but the water vapor can escape?
Out of what? Escape out of what?
From your
From Earth.
gravitational field.
Because of the energy. Why does the water vapor escape out
Gas
of your
is-
relative
Gas has more energy than water vapor. Did you not know that?
Gas has more energy. Okay, show me that. Citation, please. Gas has more energy than water vapor. Okay, let's see.
There we go.
I'm looking it up. Did you
Right
pull
back
it
to
up?
Goose-Eck's law. Yeah.
Okay. So what's your point?
Point is you're a moron.
Where show me where it says gas has more energy than water vapor. Where's your citation? I thought you said you pulled it up.
What happens when you decrease pressure?
So you can't pull it up.
What happens when you decrease temperature? Come on.
It gets colder. It gets colder.
And then what happens to the pressure when you do that?
It gets less.
Ah, okay. Same volume, correct?
If we're keeping it in the same volume, then yes.
Okay, now let's put water vapor inside that cylinder and we heat it up.
Okay.
What happens?
It gets excited and has energy and will move faster.
What happens to the water?
The water is a vapor, so it will expand.
Water isn't compressible, so water can't expand.
Oh my gosh. Water vapor. We're talking about water vapor.
I asked you about the
Please.
water. I asked you about the water.
We're not talking about water. We're talking about water vapor, right?
Water vapor still has water in it.
What's your point?
What happens to the water when you heat it too much up?
It gets more energy and it will
becomes
expand.
a gas.
It already
there's
is a
no-
gas. Oh my
so
gosh. Water vapor?
I'm trying to explain.
Oh
I'm
my
trying to explain this,
gosh.
but water vapor
Holy
is water vapor is literally going through a phase change.
It
Wesley.
has gone through a phase change.
Busy going through a phase
Has.
change.
There's no water vapor
Busy
in water.
moving into gas, Wesley.
Hey, where do you get water vapor? Do you actually get it in the water?
No, Wesley. The thing is, it's going
Good.
through phase change. What is the next state of that change?
Gas.
So there's no water once it's heated up enough, Wesley.
Yes, it becomes water vapor.
No, there's no water anymore. It has now become a gas.
Okay. So you're saying steam isn't gas?
Didn't say anything about steam, did I?
Phase.
No.
What is steam? What is steam?
A transitional phase.
Water vapor.
But then if water vapor is not, then how do we get rain then?
That's precipitation. It's precipitation. It's just my language, Wesley. Okay.
I know it's hilarious that you don't know what you're saying.
I
He
literally
does know what
I'm
he's saying. Yeah, dude. He has a. It's,
Blah,
it's
blah,
I have
when
to
you
think
speak-
about how to pronounce
No,
it.
blah blah
properly,
blah
okay?
blah blah. Precipitation. Yeah, he says it with an
Okay.
accent. That's all it is, dude. That's nothing else.
I know that.
So you-
I know that.
Then
So
why
I
are you
do know
making
what
a
I'm
big
saying
deal?
then.
Because I didn't
If-
know that the first 3 times he said it.
But it's
If-
still funny,
if
right? Yeah,
gas-
that's why you're
if-
laughing like a cow. Yeah.
Well, no, because
If-
he doesn't understand that acceleration is the derivative of velocity. It's the first
Stop
thing
saying
you
that
learn in
nonsense.
physics.
I said you worded it wrong. That's why it wasn't correct. Then
No,
you
that
reworded it and
is
say, yes,
correct.
that is correct. Because based on
Yes,
the context,
so
you were
don't say
wrong.
it's not
So
correct.
again, Wesley.
You
So
don't know
again,
calculus.
stop showing you are a dishonest punk like you're doing the whole night, and
How?
actually have an honest conversation. Because
am
we
I
always have to
dishonest?
scream over you because you cannot behave yourself. Now
That's
again,
being dishonest.
based back to the actual gas pressure
Okay.
on Gay-Lussac's law, are you going to concede containment is required?
It does not say that anywhere in there. No.
It literally is on screen.
In Gay-Lussac's law, where does it say physical containment is required?
The
Yeah.
constant mass and volume.
So where's the physical container?
Well, how do you get a volume? How do you get a volume without a physical container, Wesley?
Cloud.
There
A
you
cloud
go
is
with the
in the contained
axiomatics
system.
right there again. You
Cloud.
you have like this intellectual. You're about
So
12
you're
years
saying
old.
nuh-uh. So
You're
you're saying
no.
nuh-uh.
Listen, no, it's not nuh-uh. You keep going to axiomatics and making that they're claims. How else is there to get a volume of a fluid without a physical container? What method would be used to obtain a volume of gas without physical containment? How would you do that?
Arm load.
Okay, please read on screen for us all again, Wesley, so I can again show you for the 10th time tonight you're
Yeah,
wrong.
show me
again.
where it says physical containment.
Read,
I'll wait
read,
for that. Okay.
read.
Right there.
Show me physical containment.
Read.
We're
Okay.
reading. Read right there.
Gay-Lussac's law, which describes the relationship between pressure and temperature of a gas at constant volume, requires not a physical containment, but containment.
Whoa,
because the
whoa.
pressure increases.
Whoa. Why are you changing the words?
Where does it say physical containment? What I asked for.
Why are you changing the words? It doesn't
I
say
didn't.
requires not physical containment. It says requires containment. But read on, please.
Because the pressure increases due to temperature change would otherwise cause the gas to expand, invalidating the law. If the volume is not constant, the pressure change is not solely due to temperature. Okay, so
Ooh. So
where's
how are you going to have a constant volume? Wait. How are you going to have a constant volume without a physical container?
Okay, so why do you have to have constant volume now? All of a sudden, you're saying constant volume.
Do you know how an engine works?
Jesus, crying out like bro.
Wait, what? Why? No, I'm asking you a question. Why is
You know
constant
how an
volume
engine
necessary?
works? You know how an engine works?
A gas engine?
Yes, obviously an engine with a piston engine.
Obviously, there's many different engines, but yes, I know how.
Well, we're talking about a combustion engine.
Generally, I know how a combustion engine works.
Great. So what happens when the cool air comes in and it heats up?
Do you know how they heat it up?
Yes.
How?
First,
With bang.
answer the question. Don't reply
With what?
the question for the question.
With bang.
Sorry, he was talking over you. What? With what do they heat it up?
Spark and fuel make kaboom. Heat up.
Nope.
Pressure
Nope.
increase.
Nope.
Yes.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Please show me a combustion engine without spark. Go ahead and fuel.
No,
Go
you're
ahead
right.
and show me.
You're right, but it pressurizes it first to heat it up, and then
The cold air is denser. So guess what happens? It fills up, and then you have heating it up due to the kaboom in the spark and the
You're
fuel,
completely wrong.
and it heats up and causes extra
You're completely
energy. So it heats up and it moves faster, and the pressure increases. Wesley,
What happens is the air enters.
That's why it pushes the piston. Wait, that's why it pushes the piston, which then moves the conrod to move that little dinky car you're thinking of in your brain.
No, you're here. I'll
Not
teach you how it
no,
works.
you're a moron. You
I'll teach you how
literally
it
have
works.
no idea what you're talking
No,
about. I can build an engine
Why
with
you
my
have
eyes
a
closed.
carburetor? This is why you have a carburetor or your fuel injection. What it does, gasoline does not burn.
Yep.
It doesn't burn. Gas vapors burn. And so what it does is it mixes that, it sprays it with the air.
Right.
And that's where the spark is ignited. And then because of that combustion, it heats up rapidly and expands rapidly, causing it to a little explosion, basically, that pushes the piston, which then runs against a camshaft, right?
You're right. Hey, Sav, what happens? What?
Oh, you're right, but I
when-
was wrong when saying exactly the same thing. So how's that work?
Sav, where does the air come in? When the cylinder is completely closed, or when it's open when you have a large volume in the cylinder?
You literally have to open it to push air in. What dumb question is that? Okay, but anyway, can you read what's on screen now, or should I read it for you? No,
Dude, you're so dishonest. You're so
What's
dishonest.
How? How is he
Stop
dishonest?
Let me talk for a second.
Stop projecting. Okay, you know what? Since he's not going to read it, I'm going to read it for him. Wesley, I'm reading what's I'm going to read on screen. I'm going to read on screen what's for you. I'm going to read what's on screen for you because you still
Flats, why are
don't
you
want
running
to.
from your own question?
If the volume were not contained, an increase in temperature would cause the gas to expand, leading to a decrease in pressure. This expansion would counteract the pressure increase caused by the higher temperature, making the relationship unpredictable and invalidating the law. What was needed there? What was needed there? What was needed there? What was needed there to measure this pressure?
A volume of some kind, right? Maybe.
Yep,
a
volume.
Container.
Yeah.
Container.
Not
What's
a physical
up,
one, no.
Sam? Good to see you.
So Flats, so it's a combustion
Physical
engine.
container.
The air comes in when the piston is open with the most
Not a
volume.
piston's not open. The valve is open.
Yes,
the valve is open, not a piston.
You don't understand that the chamber where the piston comes up is when the air flows in?
Wait. A piston is never open in an engine, man. If you have an open piston, you should get a new engine.
Working.
You would have no compression.
Oh my God.
Don't stop it
This
for
is
him.
Called a valve, a stem
Flock.
seal.
The chamber where
The
piston
cylinder?
goes in?
Are you talking about the cylinder?
Yes, but Flats doesn't
Okay.
understand that. The flats doesn't understand that. So the chamber opens.
You said the piston
the
opens.
cylinder.
No, the cylinder never opens. The
The
valve
cylinder
opens.
opens
The
when
valve
the piston
opens,
comes out of
exactly.
it. When the piston comes out of it, that
Piston
then
doesn't come out
whole
of the
gas
valve.
goes in.
The piston never
But
comes out of the cylinder.
It moves up and down in the
It stays
cylinder.
in the cylinder.
Holy cow!
Flat. We really
Piston
have
stays. How do you have pressure? Dude, do you know how
He
cylinder
brings up
pressure works?
combustion engines and then he top lefts it.
Wesley,
Wow.
are you retarded?
Yes,
No,
he
you
is.
are.
That's
Yeah.
a rhetorical question.
How are you going?
pull
Have you ever
piston-
blown a head gasket before? Wait, Wesley, have you ever blown a head gasket before?
No.
Obviously, because you know what happens
Obviously,
when you
you
blow a
don't know
head
how
gasket.
combustion
You know what
engines
happens
work.
when you blow. You know what happens when you blow a head gasket,
Dude,
Wesley.
You know how the gas.
Do you know what happens when
air
you blow a
pressure-
head gasket?
Dude, run.
Hey,
Run.
Do you
buddy.
have pressure in the cylinder when you blow a head gasket, Wesley?
Run, buddy. Can I
Hey,
Do
talk
you
about
have
Wesley.
pressure in the cylinder when you blow a head gasket, Wesley?
Can I answer your first question because you brought up
Do
combustion engines?
you
from
have
God
pressure
knows
in
why.
a cylinder when you blow a head gasket, Wesley? The answer is no.
Okay, so do you know how when an air enters the
You know
cylinder?
why? You know why?
So no.
Because it's no
That's
longer
so funny.
contained in
That's
the
so funny, Platts.
container.
Saab
You know
corrected
why?
you on how
Because it
combustion
keeps-
engines work.
You know why? Because it keeps with Gay-Lussac's law, like I was explaining to you. Oh
Show me
my
physical
word!
containment
Guess
in that
what?
law.
So you need containment for gas
Yes,
pressure.
I agree. I agree.
Oh,
Not
so you
physical,
do
though.
agree? So no go
Not
of Earth.
physical?
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth,
No.
Wesley.
Not physical.
Thank
Dude,
you.
you just read the whole citation yourself, Wesley, and it did say you have to have contained volume of gas in order for this to work to begin with.
The globe completely agrees with you, Roger.
Yeah, and gravity is not a container, by the way. I hate
Oh,
to
that's
tell
what you
that.
say.
This-
Okay, citation.
No, that,
That's
you
what it
prove
is.
it. Prove it, dude.
Citation.
Prove it.
I can
You
I can prove
gravity
it to you.
is.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Go look at the flat Earth balloons that they've sent up measuring barometric pressure.
Why?
Yeah, what's
Why are
that
you
gonna do?
stuttering while you're saying that, though?
Yeah.
How do you have any pressure at all, gradient or not, without physical containment? That requires, in order to have
Roger
any
knows.
pressure at all, as was stated in that law, in order to have any pressure at all, it has to be contained.
Roger knows. He just answered the question.
That's exactly what I would say. In order to develop pressurized you have to have containment to begin with. You have to have a contained volume of gas. That is the law, dude. Simple.
That's not a law.
Yes, it is.
Show me that law.
In order to gain any kind of pressurized system, you have to have containment. We just went through like
Show me that law. Show me that law.
Okay.
You read it yourself, dude.
Can I say something?
It never said
Yeah,
physical.
yeah, go ahead, Sam.
So
Can I just say
Sam,
just say something? Hey, what's going on? Can you define what is madness? What is
Wesley.
something that is somebody that is mad, that is crazy? How do you define him?
Sounds like
How do you define someone that is crazy?
I'll tell you.
Yes.
I'll tell you madness. It's people that haven't been educated or done any science experiments teaching about science experiments. That's madness.
Really?
No, that's ignorance more. It's not madness.
By the
I
way,
agree too. That is also ignorance. That's a good point.
Ignorance
by the way,
is not
I can
madness.
answer the previous question, which is in the Horsehead Nebula, there is gas pressure.
Sure,
And
there
it-
is.
and
What's
it can
the
be-
pressure reading?
Excuse me,
Brenda?
and it can be measured. We
Oh,
can
okay.
measure.
What's the measurement on it? What's the pressure?
Hey, calm down, Sav. Let her talk.
I'm
Right.
curious.
Right,
How
you mean him,
how
not
did
her.
you determine that it's a
There's
gas?
Yeah.
How did you determine it's a gas? How did you determine its distance? And where did you get a pressure reading for this at?
By spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy.
Spec-
Nope. Try again,
Spectroscopy.
Sav. Yes,
Okay.
try again, Sav.
Spectroscopy.
Yeah.
So a
So,
can you show us-
spectrometer
Let
is
me
that a
ask you a
container?
question. Here, just real quick question. If you went and had a blood test done, right, and the results came back and said that you had 40 weight motor oil for blood, would you believe the test because it would be impossible for you to have 40 weight motor oil for blood?
Why
or
is
would
it
you just
impossible?
believe the test because the test said that?
What's being violated? Why can't a nebula have pressure?
Right. Well, because you need you need containment for a volume of gas.
That's begging the question.
No, it's not begging the
Yes,
question.
it is.
That's
You're begging the question.
axiomatic, Brenda. That's axiomatic,
There's
sweetheart.
no axiom.
Yes.
There's axioms in math. There's no axioms in
Yes, there
science.
is. There is.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
Absolutely.
Can you
Absolutely. Look up
before
the
we go
word,
on?
Brenda.
What's
Look
the
up the word.
axiom?
Look up the
Before
word,
we-
Brenda.
What's the axiom?
Before we go on, can Wesley do me a favor and read what's on screen again?
Wait, are you going to say that I disagree with this? I just want to know before I read it.
You've been fighting against it the whole time.
Yeah, you've been saying no.
Whenever I ever
containment.
said that a physical, whenever I ever said that a combustion engine didn't require physical containment.
That's what you've been fighting against the whole time.
No, never said anything. You brought up combustion.
Must be a
You brought
different
up
Wesley,
combustion.
guys. Maybe he's
When did I say that?
maybe it was his twin or clone in you.
Dishonest,
Something wrong
right?
with it, man.
Dishonest hypocrisy.
Something
I
wrong
never
with
said
I-
a combustion engine.
Am I lying, guys, or was he fighting against us the whole time?
A combustion engine requiring physical containment never came out of my mouth.
You said the piston was open.
When the piston slides out of the cylinder, I know it doesn't go all the way out, but it sucks
Oh,
in
so
the
it's still
cold air.
in the cylinder. Okay.
What happens to the rest of the cylinder when it moves to the forward position? It's still there, isn't it? So all
Right,
it's
and what
doing
happens
is
to the
moving-
gas?
Yeah,
What happens to the gas?
all it's doing is moving back and forth within the cylinder.
Agreed. But
It
Keith
gets pushed
didn't know
out through
that.
the other valve.
He thought the cold air had to be heated up by something else before it got
It is
put
heated
into
up by expansion. Why do you think?
By expansion? Did you just say
Expansion
the air
cools.
was heated by expansion?
Yeah,
Did you
expansion
just say
No,
that?
the expansion cools it down due to the heating up of the spark and fuel.
Right, expansion cools. You're right.
It's a hypergolic effect. It's a hypergolic effect that happens with a mixture of
Yes.
the gas vapor with
Pressure
the air.
gets.
Please
pressure
show me how the
increases.
gas is going to expand. Please show me how the gas can expand if you don't have spark.
You simply
It does not.
pull out
Oh my God.
the piston.
The
It
piston
would
No, it
expand.
doesn't expand.
What happens to it then?
Obviously,
What
these
happens
guys
to the
have
gas when the piston
never
slides
tried to
out?
build an engine before.
What
Yeah, I
happens when the
have.
piston slides out?
Well,
Flats can't answer it.
anybody on here that's actually built an engine, can
Me,
you?
You can't
I have.
answer
Can
it.
you? Can you build?
I
Can you
have.
start an engine without spark?
No, you
We
can't.
never talked about that. Flats, what happens when the piston
I
pulls out of
literally
the cylinder?
told you this now, and you told me we never spoke about it.
No,
It was
If you
literally
have
never
a
about it.
volume, if you have a
said the
volume of
expansion
gas,
heats up the air. You
The
said expansion heats
expansion
up
of
the
the
air.
gas
Heats up the air.
comes from the heating up of the gas.
Okay.
yeah, the heating
I
comes
agree
from
with
the
that.
compression.
Yes, and the heat comes from the compression.
How are you going to move the
Exactly.
crankshaft to move the piston without the expansion of the gas from the heat?
You said that the air comes in cold,
Yes.
Yes.
Comes through the valve
and then
cold.
it gets compressed to heat it up.
No, it
No.
gets heated up to push the
spark.
piston down, and then guess what? It cools down
Heating
again.
No.
doesn't push the piston
Oh
down.
my gosh,
Yes,
Flats,
the-
you're so
Yes,
dumb.
it does. It literally
No, it
pushes
doesn't.
the
You're
piston.
so dumb.
No, heating
my
up the
the
gas
expansion
doesn't
of
push
gas
the
doesn't
piston
push a
down.
piston, guys.
The
Oh my
expansion of the
God.
gas does.
So dumb.
Yes, it does. Once you
No.
ignite
Oh
the
my
gas,
word! I
yes.
literally
But,
build
yeah,
engines, and you tell me, oh my.
Flats
What do you take some such complicated examples? You know, I don't know about
I
engines.
because
don't know
they're
why he
trying
picked
to-
this.
I don't know about engines. Let me
Yes,
give you an example.
Sam,
and
that's why he picked it. I don't know why. He has no clue how they work. And he
check it.
picked-
It doesn't matter how you know. It can be
Well, you
right
just
without
said, why
knowing how
pick
it
such
works.
complicated examples?
Exactly.
You said,
Let's take a very small, very
There you go.
simple example.
Oh
Do you
my
believe
word!
that-
What's happening?
do you
What's
believe that-
happening?
You see how it pulls in and then it
Oh,
decompresses the
when it
air.
cools down, it pulls it in. When it heats up, it pushes it out. Oh my word! So it's doing exactly what I
What happens
said.
to the gas? Oh my
Oh
God.
no! Guess what, guys? Wesley's shown
oh,
wrong
my gosh,
again. What's that? The
another
12th
one.
time tonight?
Another
Yeah,
flatoid.
around the top of that piston, you see those things
None of
called
this-
rings there? Those rings actually keep the compression and the containment.
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
Can you see where the
job.
valves?
No, it's not.
You see
Yeah, it
where the
is.
valves are opening. They have what they call spark plugs there. You know what the spark plugs do?
Is that what makes the spark
They
and go
ignite-
boom boom?
You know what the
spark
spark
plugs,
plugs do?
they ignite the
They
gas.
Spark
ignite
plugs
the
go boom,
fuel
boom.
in
Duh.
the cylinder, and it go
Right.
kaboom, and that kaboom heats the air, and it pushes the piston down.
So
Oh
do you
my
see
word!
when
Then
the
it
gas
cools
comes in?
down, and guess what? The air rushes back out.
Do you see when the piston gets filled with air, it's pulling it in cold and then it compresses it to heat it up? Do you
Is
not
this
understand
guy?
that?
Is this guy literally retarded?
Not the explosion, let's just call it that, is pushing the piston down. The reason it goes back up is because it's on that crankshaft. The next one
Yeah.
fires in
And
sequence.
what does it do to the air
Actually, by
pressure in
going
that?
down, it keeps the crankshaft going, but because the position where it's at, it keeps moving it back into position to be expanded again.
So what happens to the air when the piston is going up, pushing it up? What happens to the
That's what
air?
the valve is
It
for.
goes out the valve. The other valve opens. The export valve opens. The exit valve.
What?
They got 2 valves per cylinder. You do know that.
What happens to the
In
blue
this
air?
case, you got 4 valves. In this case, you got 4 valves per cylinder.
Hey,
2 inlets
Flats,
and 2
what
outlets.
happens?
Why do you have
what
inlets
happens-
and outlet valves, Wes?
What happens to the cold air when the piston goes up in this picture?
It goes out the
It goes
valve,
down.
dumbass.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
the
it
export
does.
valve
It compresses
opens.
the air. Oh my gosh.
It compresses
Why
the
would you
air.
bring this up if you
Heating
haven't?
it up, it heats up, it gets compressed, and then the spark
Yes.
ignites it and goes through the cycle again.
This isn't that hard.
It doesn't go through the cycle again. It's new gas that come in, Brenda. It
That's
doesn't
what I said.
recycle
When
the
does
gas.
it come in,
I
Flats?
didn't
When?
say. Flats,
You said
I didn't
recycles
say
the
it.
gas.
The carburetor
That's
actually
right.
feeds gas into it. It becomes vapor, and then it doesn't. That's why you have to
So
burn
does
gas.
that
from
does
the
that
tank,
blue
too.
air just
Yeah.
magically appear in there? Does that blue
No,
air
it gets
just
sucked.
magically
It
appear?
gets it gets sucked
because
into
when
the
the gas
valve.
expands, it
Gets
cools
sucked in,
down.
and then it compresses.
Right. So,
It's not
so
Yes,
Flats
but that
and
doesn't ignite the gas and heats it up. Doesn't you can sit there and
Agreed.
just pump air
But it
into
makes
it? No,
more
it won't
compressed
work.
and hot. So it's better to
No,
ignite.
that's not what makes. That's what makes it not hot. The
That's
heat
a
comes
gas
from the
law.
spark.
That's a gas law.
Okay.
It's a
Let me
gas
ask
law.
you,
It
what
has to
happens
heat
when
up.
you increase the volume? What happens when you increase the
Try
volume but
doing it
keep?
without a spark, dude.
Yeah. What
It
I
happens
never
when
cool
you
said you
air.
increase?
didn't need a spark. Oh my gosh.
Wes,
you guys
what
are
happens
so-
when you increase the volume but keep the pressure the same?
When you increase the volume, it would cool down.
Oh, okay. So what
So
happens
what
when
happens
the
when you
piston is
compress
pushed
it,
down?
Flatzoid?
So what
What
happens when the
you
piston?
compress it?
Hey, what happens when the piston is pushed down? Does the volume increase in the piston?
Yes.
So it
What happens when you
cools
push up on it?
down.
What
So
happens
it
when you push
cools
up on it?
down, Wesley. So it cools down, Wesley.
Okay, so what happens when you push up on it?
It gets hotter because
Oh,
the
good, you
volume is
got
going
there.
That's
down.
what we've been
But guess
saying.
what?
there.
Guess
That's
what?
what we've
Wait,
been
wait,
saying,
man.
Flats.
wait, Wesley.
I
You
taught
know
you
why I'm
about
calling you dumb?
calculus.
Wesley, you got to listen. You know why I'm calling you dumb?
No,
Because
hold on
the
a second.
valves are open. So there is no pressure.
Yeah,
It's
that's the
pushed
cleaning.
out.
That's the cleaning stroke. Everybody knows that. That's the cleaning
So
stroke.
Wesley is arguing that it is cooling down because you're making it smaller. Ach, it's heating up
No,
because
it's
you're making
not.
the volume smaller. It's
No, that
not.
was you. That was
The
you,
air,
Flatzoid.
no, I never once said that.
Yes, you did. That's what
I
we've been
literally
arguing
said
against
you
you
got
the
an
whole
export.
time.
No, I said you got inlet
Alright.
and outlet valves. The outlet valves
hope
are
I'm not
open
too
when the
loud.
piston goes back up. So guess what? The volume doesn't change.
Before it
Volume-
ignites, it certainly does.
The
You
volume
absolutely
doesn't
did.
change. You know why it doesn't change, Wesley? Because there is no closed pressure in the cylinder. Why are we fighting about gas
Yes, there
in an
is.
engine? Oh, because Wesley and Brenda literally
Yes,
have
there is
never built an
closed
engine in their
pressure.
life before.
There's
Hey,
closed
I'm gonna let
pressure.
Brenda.
Go ahead,
I'm gonna
Sam.
let Brenda take over, but
But
that
well, you
you
don't
see
have
the
to.
blue arrow.
Go ahead,
You see
Sam.
the blue-
Go ahead,
You see
Sam.
the blue air. The blue air is being
Go ahead,
compressed
Sam.
before it goes.
Go ahead, Sam.
I just wanted to understand because I'm losing track. What's the argument here that there cannot be air pressure without containment? That's what
The
That's the
argument-
argument, yes.
Yeah,
Okay, so let me give you a very simple example, like a natural example. You know, when you fart, can you consider you fart as like, you know, a pressurized, you know, gas?
Are you asking me? Sure. Yeah.
Of course. Do you need a containment for that?
How does that prove that you require?
Wait,
No,
hold
no,
on a second.
I just want
why would I wanna-
a question.
I
It
agree,
was, you know,
Glenn. We do
pre-
agree. They're just too
pressure,
dumb to
pressure,
understand.
pressure.
They
You need
don't
something
understand
to. You need the gas to push on something in order to be pressurized. If not,
No.
there's no pressure.
Brenda, let Wesley answer the question. Let Wesley answer. He asked
Roger,
Wesley the
calm
question.
down, buddy. It's gonna be okay.
No, I'm not upset at all, Wesley. I'm just saying
Sound
to
upset.
keep it on topic.
Seems like it.
No, I'm not. No, you're actually avoiding the whole topic to begin with. In order to have a volume of gas, you have to have containment. This is the whole point to the whole subject.
I want to answer Sam's question.
No,
You can't
in order
prove
to
it.
have a
You
volume,
can't prove it, though.
I want to answer Sam's
You
question.
can't disprove it.
I want to be
Wait, you can't prove it while we're literally showing you an engine on screen that requires containment for gas pressure.
That proves
Welcome
that everything
to
needs a
reality.
physical container. That proves
Yes.
everything needs a physical container. Is that your level
Yes.
of science?
Wait.
This
You're
one example
back,
proves
you're
it
back
all.
you're back to proof of an axiom. Sorry,
There's
Bart.
no
hold on a
axioms in
second.
science.
Yes.
Sam,
Hold
I wanna
on. Wait a
answer-
second. Yes, there
Sam, I
are.
wanna answer your
There are
question.
Prove
axioms,
it.
Brenda.
Cite one.
Yes,
Cite
there are
one.
definitely
Well,
axioms.
that's one right there.
What's that?
That you
Sam.
cannot have a specific volume of gas or gas.
You're
or
using
well,
one
citation.
example.
containment.
Citation. Where's your citation?
Wait, Sam,
It's
I want to answer Sam's
self-evident.
question.
No,
Let
that's
me
It's
not,
answer Sam's question.
it's
that's not how science works.
Brenda,
That's math.
Brenda, it's
Stop talking over Sam.
self-evident. It's self-evident. Okay.
Sam,
That's math,
to
not
answer your
science.
question,
I'm sorry
Sam,
to be
to
crude
answer
like
your
this,
question-
but it's simple. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, to answer your question, everybody here agrees that you need containment in order to have gas pressure. Okay.
Oh,
The
yes.
difference.
Okay,
No,
no,
no.
let him
Nice.
speak. Let him speak. Let him speak. Yeah. Tell me.
Let's. See, this is where they jump ahead of the game and they can't be patient.
No, go
What
ahead,
we
go ahead,
don't
I'm
agree
listening.
with is that
Yeah.
you don't actually need a physical, like a glass or a firmament
Yeah.
that you've never seen before to contain that pressure. We
So,
agree that you
okay.
need containment. We agree that you need containment. You need
Yeah,
some
what you
force. to
suggest
do it.
would be that containment. It's not
Okay.
a
I got
physical
more things for
gravity.
you to read. I got more things for you to read on
Question
screen than Wesley.
from Wes.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Sam.
now I understand. It makes sense. It makes sense a little bit. That means you agree that there is need containment. So, what kind of containment is not physical? Do you have an example of non-physical
Gravity.
containment, like
Sure,
another gas?
gravity
Something?
or plasma or electromagnetics.
Yes,
Plasma is
all of those.
not a
Gravity,
phase change. It's not a gas
gravity-
anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
Question to Wes.
I'm saying use
I
plasma.
will start very slowly.
Plasma
is not a gas
questions.
anymore.
Do you have examples in
I wasn't
nature?
talking about the plasma being
Yes.
a gas flat.
Yes.
Stay with the
Gravity.
topic, buddy.
He's asking you for examples of
Do you have-
gas
do you
without
have an
continuing
example
taking
in
plasma.
No, he's
nature?
asking me for containers flat. Stay on topic.
All right.
No,
Well,
no, no.
can I add something to that list of containers then that are just as provable as the ones you've
So
suggested?
you say.
Okay, wait
So
a
you
second.
say.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
absolutely.
you say.
Absolutely. There is a council of magic elves that lives deep in the heart of the earth that determines these matters.
Yeah,
Now,
supernatural powers.
I have
Yep.
as much proof of that as you do of a plasma containing gas, or that there's
No, that's-
plasma around
Oh,
the earth. Okay.
you've written a scientific paper about
Okay,
these
I
elves doing
I
it.
don't need to write a scientific paper to
But
know.
you said
that
you had
they're
as much
full of
evidence
shit.
as I had. You said you had as much evidence as I had.
I do.
Where's your,
So
where's your
is
citation?
your evidence?
Where's your paper?
Where is your
Where's your experiment?
actual? Where is your actual experiment showing that the things that you actually propose as containment for a gas and causing pressure actually do? Where is yours? The same place my magic elf thesis is at.
Nowhere.
No, yours is unfalsifiable. Ours is falsifiable.
Maybe Brenda can read for us on what it says on screen, or Wesley.
I can't read it because in my browser it's all blurry. The resolution.
Would you be able to do it, Wesley?
Can you open the whole thing? Can you open the whole thing? Here's a more detailed explanation too.
Gas pressure requires a physical container.
Can you open the whole thing or not?
because it arises from the collisions of gas molecules with the container's walls. Without a container, the gas molecules would disperse without creating measurable pressure on any specific surface. The container confines the gas, allowing these collisions to occur and generate force per unit area, which is pressure.
Now, can you go to the more detailed explanation so I can see that too?
Gases are comprised of particles,
don't
atoms,
need
or
you to
molecules
write
that
it.
move randomly at high speeds and have kinetic energy. These particles move in straight lines until they collide with each other
Can you
or
go
the
down to the
walls of
bottom?
the
We don't need you to read
container.
This is
Pressure
boring. Can you
as a
roll it
result
down?
of collisions. When a gas is contained, the molecules collide with the walls, and each
Okay.
collision exerts a force on the
Now
wall. The
do
total
on
force
Earth.
exerted over the area of the wall constitutes the gas pressure.
He agrees about this.
If,
The only thing is that he says it's not physical.
If the gas is not confined, its particles will simply disperse into the surrounding space, and there will be no defined area for the molecule collisions to create
Do you
a
agree?
measurable pressure.
Flats, do you agree that this is a good source? Google.
No.
you.
In that
Must
case,
I bring NASA
there's no
for you?
discussion. But
You trust
Oh,
NASA?
I'm asking you. Does that? Do you believe that's a good? Okay, you agree with NASA now?
Yeah, NASA is perfect.
Okay, why don't you like their
Container.
pictures?
There we go. There's NASA.
Why don't you like their
everything.
pictures?
We don't take
I brought
everything.
NASA up for
Wesley,
you.
quit dish galloping all over the.
Why don't you
fucking
like their
place.
pictures? You
No,
said they're
stay
I
on
brought
the
NASA
goddamn
up for
topic,
you.
Wesley.
No, I'm explaining the
No,
hypocrisy.
you're not explaining nothing. You don't
the
want
hypocrisy.
anything explained. You're not here for a discussion. You're here to stop
No,
the
I am.
discussion. No, you're not.
All I'm doing is
No,
I'm
you're
bringing
here
up
to
the
stop
information
the
you would
discussion.
trust.
Can I just finish with him? Because I understand a little more like what he's saying. So he agrees about what we said. Just the only difference, if I understood correctly, is that he's saying that you don't need a physical containment.
Which
that
you just read you do.
But please go back to the previous page.
You can have
and,
a
shocking
thing,
first line.
Sam.
Finish, Janusz.
But
Stop
that's the
talking
thing,
over
Sam.
him.
That's the thing, Sam. If he's
Can you give me?
Stop talking over Janusz. He was
Well,
talking.
sorry, guys. The thing
Can
is,
you
Sam, if he agrees with us, Sam, then he has to agree physical containment.
No problem. Let me keep on, going into his head. So the thing is that now you're saying, okay, containment, yes, but not physical. All right.
Yep.
Now I don't know. I'm a very simple person. Can you give me an example of a non-physical containment that I can see in nature that surrounds me,
Yeah,
not
we
in the
gave that
complex
to you.
formulas of mathematics? Because
It's called
that
gravity,
you know,
dude.
That you can see?
that we
Thank
can,
you,
in
Roger.
nature.
Yeah,
of course.
sure. So a cloud. A cloud has higher pressure than the gas outside of it.
Thank
cloud.
you, Roger, for your super chat. Really
Lower.
appreciate it, man. Yeah, but
Yeah,
what is
lower
a cloud
pressure.
held together with?
Wait a second.
Lower,
so the,
sorry. Thank you, Brenda.
so the cloud can act as a containment for you. You're saying that it's possible that the cloud, the way it's made, it can form a containment somehow.
It has different.
Sometimes.
It has different pressure than the pressure next to it. Yeah.
A different pressure, but that means that it can contain a different gas, a different thing inside of it. Because we're talking about the containment here.
He just said that you can't have pressure without containment, and a cloud has different pressure than the air next to it.
But does the cloud stay in that exact volume?
That's not the question.
Well, wait a second.
exactly.
Hold on a second.
Stop dish galloping, soft.
The reason the clouds float
cloud
in
is
the
water.
air.
No? The cloud is water. It's like it's not water. It's like
Water
vapor. No?
It's water vapor.
It's
gas.
a kind of it's a kind of gas. It's a
Yeah,
kind
how
of gas.
can
It's
it
a-
Water
now-
vapor is
wait,
gas.
there
Yes.
are
Hold
there
on.
are-
What's it floating in? What is it floating in?
There are different kinds of gases. Not all the gases have the same density.
They have different gas pressures.
Yeah.
Okay,
According
guys.
to the
If
law,
the
they should all
cloud-
equalize.
They
Okay,
do, and it's
if
called
the cloud
weather.
would
Is
be
that pressure
container
or is that density?
Please
Is
listen.
that pressure or density?
If the cloud would be a container,
It's a gas.
as you
Gas
claim,
does not have it has pressure. We call it pressure.
okay,
Pressure,
according
only
to you,
pressure,
if the cloud is a container, it wouldn't change ever. It wouldn't
Oh, would it
equalize.
change ever?
That's not
Really?
true.
Yes,
No,
Where
That's
do you
not
get
true.
that from, Janusz? Where'd you learn that?
that's according to you. If the
I never
cloud
said that
would be a
once.
container, as you claim, clearly you did, it would never
I never
change.
said it doesn't change.
Well, what is the cloud in? What is the cloud
the
floating
atmosphere. The
in?
atmosphere.
The atmosphere. So how do we have that atmosphere for that cloud to float in
Because
in
of
the first
gravity.
place? Gravity.
Because of
Okay,
gravity.
what is gravity, Brenda?
Oh my gosh.
the
Are you really going to
classical-
go back to this?
It's
Yeah.
mass attracting mass.
Why? Why does mass attract mass?
Doesn't
That's a
matter.
theory.
Where
You
does
don't
it
know.
get its
No. That's
Where
your
does it get
claim.
its
You must
energy
have
from?
found some mechanics behind it.
It's not been
You,
proven.
if
that
you
No, we don't
claim
have
that,
to.
there must be some mechanics behind it.
Yeah.
What are the
Soft, where
mechanics
does it get its
behind
energy from?
We don't have to know. We don't know.
Yeah, we do have to know.
Why-
because
why do
of
we
the
have to know?
conservation of energy.
So
So
why do
if
we have
the-
to know?
So where are the mechanics involved with mass attracting
Don't know.
mass?
Don't know.
We don't know. Then how
Right,
do you
don't
know
know.
that that's actually what's going on? It's
Because we observe it going on.
It's
No,
testable.
well, wait a second.
It's testable
It's a-
and it's
Wait a
recreatable.
second. How do you know that it's because of the
Because
mass?
we can make observable, testable predictions.
But they're not always consistent. See, that's the
Yeah, they
problem.
are always consistent.
They are consistent within a precision. Yeah.
But
Name
why?
one that's-
Why does so where does the energy come from?
What energy?
Why does the circle?
Well,
why
wait
does
a second.
Why does, why does the sun?
Hey, shut up, Wesley. I'm asking her something. You were the one just going on about people talking over somebody. Shut the fuck up yourself, okay? All right.
Okay,
So
don't
where
get
does if it
man.
takes energy to move something, is that correct? Yes.
Yes, it takes
Yeah, it
energy.
takes energy.
It
Okay.
takes.
So
Let me
where does
reply
the
to.
energy
Let me
come
Where
reply
does the
to.
energy come
Let
from?
me reply to you. Let me
Okay.
reply to you. In a gravitational field, it takes energy to increase the distance between the two masses.
Well, wait
What
a second.
gravitational
Though.
field?
It has to be producing an energy or converting energy from something in order to create this force.
Let's say you have a particle of gas between two masses, or I'm sorry.
Well, no,
strike that.
that's not what I'm
Strike that.
asking. Where did
I'm
the
trying to
energy
explain it to
come
you.
from?
I'm trying to let me explain it to you. I fumbled up the first sentence. Imagine a particle of gas next to a large body, a massive body. It takes energy for that particle of gas to increase the distance between it and the large massive body.
Why?
Don't know.
Well, that's not an answer. I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, there
We don't
has to
have
be.
to know everything.
Where is the energy coming from?
From the particle.
No, well, you said it's the mass of this big object.
No, I said it takes energy to increase the distance.
Well, so what? Where's the energy from this mass coming from?
There's no energy involved in this.
Well, then how does it create gravity?
Gravity is a field in which
Well,
takes energy.
is it
Excuse
creative
me.
force? Does
Excuse
it
me.
create a force?
I was halfway through responding to you. Gravity is a field, and in that field, it takes energy to increase the distance between the two masses.
Well, wait a second.
That's a belief.
That doesn't make any damn
No,
sense
it's an
at all.
observation.
That makes
No.
absolutely no sense.
It's a
Where is
testable,
the mass?
repeatable
You're saying
observation.
that you're saying that the object itself, the larger mass, okay, is
Either
going to
mass.
draw. Now, wait a second. Is going to cause the smaller mass to want to draw toward it. All right.
No, it requires energy for the to increase or to increase the distance between them.
Well,
Whether
wait a
that
second,
energy
wait a
comes,
second.
whether
Don't you
that
start
energy
out
comes
with
from
don't you start out with them?
whether
You're saying
whether
that
that
the mass
energy
attracts
comes
mass, so how
whether
is possible?
excuse me, whether that energy comes from mass 1 or mass 2, it doesn't matter, right? It
Right.
requires
That's what I'm getting
energy.
at. Where is the mass getting its energy from?
What energy?
The
What are we
energy it uses to create this gravitational field that you speak of.
We don't know that it takes energy to do that.
Well, of
We
course
don't
it does, because if it
No.
requires energy to move an object, where
No,
is that energy coming from?
in general relativity, the mass alters space-time in such a way that
Space-time.
yes.
I tell you something. You know what? You know what I've learned. I've learned that the more it's complicated, the more it's bullshit.
This is
Truth is
madness.
very
It's
simple.
really-
Your
It's very
inability
simple.
to
If you have
understand
to,
the concept.
if you have to lose yourself into complex,
call, Brett.
explanations.
So let me sum it up.
with gibberish.
It's gibberish. It's gibberish. Let me
Hawkins
sum
raised
it up for you.
his hand.
You cannot understand it.
Hawkins
Space
raised
time.
his
Yeah, I
hand.
know.
Let
We
me
have to
speak.
understand. We understand
please.
a lot.
Let me speak, please. Please speak. I want to
Go
sum
ahead.
it up. I'll sum it up for you. Under classical mechanics, right? You have two masses. It takes energy to increase the distance between them. And in general relativity, what happens is that the masses distort space-time around them in such a way that it requires energy for particles, right, to traverse that distance. Both are the same description, but they have sort of a different math behind them. But
So
they're
if
the
there's-
same.
So you didn't say nothing. You didn't say
One and a
nothing.
half minutes left of the topic,
It's just
guys.
some cockamamie.
So I want to expose the hypocrisy here.
Equation. This is what you got is a
It's
cockamamie
Jesuitism.
Saab,
involving
Saab,
the
why
warping
does the
of
sun?
concepts.
No, it's not a
Saab, why does
concept.
the sun make circuits above your head?
I have no idea, because that's what God said.
Well, that's okay for you, but not for Ben.
It's not.
I have no clue.
Wait,
guys.
it's not because I don't know. Why?
Yes, he
what
said
does that? It's not because I don't know it that you can say all kinds of madness, and we have to accept all the madness you're saying.
Well, your
because
incredulity is not an
you
argument, Sam.
Well, I asked you a question. What is madness? You never answered to me.
Yeah,
What
we
is
did.
madness?
You agreed.
What
You
is
said
madness?
teaching
No, you didn't
physics.
say it.
Teaching physics from people who've never taken a physics course
No,
in their
you,
life.
you forgot. I didn't agree. I told you it was ignorance. You forgot. So
No,
I'm reminding you.
So-
I
so-
never agreed it was madness. That's
Sam,
ignorance.
Sam,
Okay.
What is madness?
Okay, guys.
Sam,
So,
I'm going to answer
okay.
Sam's question.
Wait. I have to say the time is up for the hour. Now we are moving on to the new topic, which is biblical cosmology. So thanks everybody for voting.
I'll go for
There's no such thing as
Thanks
biblical
for coming,
cosmology.
PJ. Much blessings, man.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as
coming.
biblical
So,
cosmology.
biblical cosmology is actually perfect with what you were talking about the sun now. You see, the difference is God tells us when he placed the sun in the sky, and he just told us it's a greater light. You guys make a claim on what it is, where it is, what its physicality and everything, and it totally goes against what God said. So the burden of proof is on you guys to let you know. So.
No, you have to prove that God exists and that he said what you claim he said.
Well, if we're talking about God, that means he does exist.
So then, you have to prove that. You have to prove that.
I tell you why we cannot.
Who created God, Sam?
I explain to you. The wisdom of God is that He makes sure that we cannot prove that He exists.
Where did God come from?
Because if we could prove that it exists, we would be obliged to believe in Him. So we lose our free will. So the thing is that we have to make sure that it's not.
How does that change the free will? Right?
It changes because if we have a proof that He does exist, so you have to believe in Him. Now you
why would that affect my free will?
Because if you know that it does exist,
so
you cannot say it does not exist. You cannot say
why aren't you sinless?
Because we have
why aren't you sinless?
Sam, stop.
Why do you sin,
Sam?
Sam?
You have to let other people talk. I know you like to hear your own voice. So if a sandwich exists, then I'm not free to eat it or not eat it?
No, you're not free to say it does not exist.
Huh?
You're not free to say it does not exist.
I just want to point out that this is not about proving God. It's about biblical cosmology.
Yeah, there's no such thing as biblical cosmology.
Of course it is.
Yes, there is.
Peter showed that to you.
Peter's a moron.
That's not a reply.
I can literally show it on screen for you.
That's not a reply.
You also
it is a reply.
Insulting people is not an argument.
Doesn't mean anything.
No, it's not insulting. It's truth. It's a fact.
No, it's an insult. It's not
the guy's a Christian and says biblical cosmology doesn't exist. This is what Peter Markey's Bible tells you. Earth is. That's the biblical cosmology that you said doesn't exist, Brendan.
That's their interpretation.
No. That's biblical cosmology. That's literal.
No. That is a literal interpretation.
Sam reads the Torah. Sam,
is
this the Hebrew cosmology?
The only thing I would not agree with that picture is only one thing, is that in Hebrew in the Torah it is written that the sun was placed in the
firmament.
In the dome of the skies.
How does that make it true?
Wait a second. Let's check it out after that. Wait a second. Let me just explain what's written after that we can discuss if it's true or not, if it's it's a lie or something. But the thing is that, again, it is said that it was put, the sun and the moon, the two big luminaries, and the stars were put in the dome.
Sam, we know this.
No, you don't know that. In the dome of the skies. Wait a second.
So what point are you making?
Let me speak. Whoa, check it out. So if you know that, there's a problem because the name skies, the word skies is the name that was given to the dome on the second day. And he calls the dome skies. Now, if you know that skies is the name of the dome, and now you see that it's written that it was put in the dome of the skies. So you can translate it was put in the dome of the dome.
Those are just
words.
But
that's what it is. It's Hashemayim is the sky, the heavens, and Rakia is the firmament.
But the skies is the name of the dome.
Sam, let other people talk. So what makes it true?
No, it's not a subject.
What makes it true?
You're off topics. It's not a subject if it's true or not.
First of all,
you have to know what's written.
What I will tell you, what makes it true?
What makes it true?
Law of thermodynamics.
What makes it true?
Law of thermodynamics.
Look.
What makes it true?
Wait a second.
Law of thermodynamics.
Hey, hold on a second. Janusz, what is the law of thermodynamics?
Second law. He's quoting the second law, by the way.
Yes.
So go ahead and quote it. Janusz, go ahead.
So just to let you know again that the sun
Janusz,
is
quote the
actually
second
in
law.
2 layers. It's actually not in
Janusz,
the
you
dome.
can't do
It's in
it?
the dome of them. There's 2
How does
domes.
that
There's
make?
one dome and
How
another
does
dome.
that make? How does that make your dome theory true?
Well, okay. If you're talking about what's true and what's a lie, let's talk about you. You're man or
No.
you're woman because you call
I
yourself
deflect.
Brenda.
Yeah, you're deflecting. You're
No. I
deflecting.
just
Yes,
want
you're
to give you an
deflecting.
example.
What
I just
makes
want to
it
give you an
true?
example about
What
living a
makes it
lie
true?
or living
No,
truth.
you're just deflecting.
Run.
No.
You're just deflecting.
Why
Yes,
you
you are. You're
why
just
do
deflecting.
you avoiding the question? I'm just asking
You're
Because
right.
it's deflecting.
what
Because
is
you're
true for you?
deflecting.
What
What
is true
makes
for
something
you?
true? What makes something true, Sam?
Again, so if
What
you have
makes your biblical
That's not the
cosmology
topic,
true?
Brenda. The topic is biblical cosmology, not
Yes.
whether you believe it's true or not.
Yes, it
What
is.
makes it true, Flatsoid?
It's not the
Well,
topic. We don't
yes,
care if
it
you believe
is.
it's true or not. The fact biblical
You don't
cosmology
care
is
if
the
it's
topic.
true?
It
don't
is
care if the
true.
biblical
It
Yeah,
doesn't
what
matter if
makes it
you
true?
believe it's true or not.
Does quoting the Bible make something true?
The topic is biblical cosmology, not
Yes.
whether Brenda believes the
Is it
Bible's true or not.
well,
That's not. That's not that question. What
He
makes
said it-
something
he said it.
true?
Brenda, he
Well,
said it perfectly. It
what
doesn't
makes-
matter if it's true or not. He said it perfectly.
what makes it a
It
lie?
doesn't matter. It's not the topic.
Yeah,
The topic
go ahead, say
is
it again.
What's the
biblical
topic?
cosmology.
What's the topic?
Biblical cosmology, not whether
Yeah,
you
we
believe it's
can't
true or
ask.
not.
We can't ask whether it's true or not.
You don't believe it's true because you don't
No,
believe
but
in God.
no, we can't
Obviously,
ask
you
what-
don't
You
believe
cannot
whether
believe
it's
in
true.
God because the way you are. You cannot believe
Is
in
it
God.
true?
Yeah.
I believe in
Is it
God.
true?
I believe
It
in
is
Jesus.
true, but this is not the topic for
So
discussion. The
biblical
topic for discussion
cosmology.
is
The
biblical
topic is
cosmology.
whether or
Do
not
you
it's
have any
true.
debate? Wait, do you have any debate based on the topic, which is biblical
Yes.
cosmology?
Yes, because it's not literal.
It's
Why?
your
How is
interpretation.
Earth?
Yeah.
How is cosmology not literal?
How do you know?
It's
How
because
do
it's
you,
not
how
It's
do you-
your
reality.
interpretation. It's
How?
your interpretation of the Bible.
Yep.
It's a book.
Other
It's an ancient
people have
book.
different
It's
interpretations.
not interpretation. It's a
How do you
written there.
decide? How do you decide between competing interpretations of the Bible?
Well, first of all, you have to read it in the original language.
No, but how do you decide between competing interpretations of the Bible?
Well, if you have a basic intelligence, basic, logic,
Yeah, but-
common sense, you
Yeah.
have to accept certain things. You cannot
Yeah,
just like
both
say.
parties have that, and yet they come to different conclusions.
So this is why I'm talking about madness. You have like mad people that will deny everything. That don't care. That just this is
what makes
madness.
them mad is
And
that they disagree with you.
No, just to deny what's
Maybe
obvious
you're
and what's
mad.
natural. To deny
Maybe
the
you're
natural.
mad.
To
Maybe
deny
you're
nature.
mad.
Denying
No.
nature is
No,
madness.
you're
maybe
denying
you're
nature.
Denying
You're denying
nature
nature.
is madness.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
you're
you're the
denying
mad
nature.
one.
No, of course not. We live in accord with nature. Everything which is unnatural.
That's
is
what
not,
you
is not good.
claim.
No, see, that's what a madman will say. That's what you
Is
claim.
your interpretation in
Well,
accord with nature?
Maybe the sun is blue. I don't know, but that's what you claim. It's
Some
yellow.
people
I
read
don't know.
words
NASA
and
and other
white.
space agencies. NASA and other space agencies have beautiful pictures of nature.
They don't.
You deny it.
I'm
Deny it's natural.
taking off because I need to have
composite.
something to eat.
So this
Yeah,
is
bye,
what I'm
Brenda.
talking.
Thanks for
Goodbye.
coming.
Deposits of actual photos.
Bye. Thanks, Brenda. Okay,
You-
so
you
Wiz,
don't
do
think
you
it's
do you
natural.
believe those photos are real?
You believe that the Bible literally says that it's flat and covered by a dome. So what?
The Bible
It
describes
is
the Earth
covered
as
by a
space.
dome.
yeah, and I
100%.
believe the pictures from space are real too because there's evidence.
But your belief violates natural law. The Bible doesn't violate
No, it
natural
doesn't.
law.
Doesn't.
Yes, it does. It violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Google does space violate natural law? Google it because you do
Okay,
that a
so
lot.
all right, so space is empty. Yeah, there's vacuum in space. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so how we can explain that? Okay, let's start easy. You are speaking with us. It means you are alive. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, it means you are breathing the air. Yeah.
Yes. Can you continue
Okay.
a little bit faster?
All right. So it means if there is air, there has to be a pressure in the area.
We believe there's air pressure on Earth. Okay.
All right.
Yes, and there's a
Okay.
vacuum.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
how you can explain that existing air, because you can breathe, you are alive, can exist on Earth if outside of the Earth there is vacuum? What happens?
Okay,
Why it's not
let's-
sucked out?
Well, no. Here I'm going to show you. What's the air pressure? So let's just say we're like at 14
No,
psi here.
answer the question.
I am.
How it's possible? Don't answer the question with a question.
Don't answer the question.
So
Don't answer the
how it's possible that on Earth we have pressure, you can breathe? How it's possible that we still have air on Earth if we are next to the vacuum?
There is air pressure in the space.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to tell you. There's air pressure. That doesn't mean nothing.
Air pressure.
I have a very simple
Air pressure in the vacuum?
No, let
No,
hey,
wait.
Sam,
How
let
is
Yanush
possible?
ask me a question.
How it's possible
Yanush,
that
I'll
there is a
answer you.
still? All right, go.
Pressure gradients. Pressure gradients.
Okay.
That's your answer.
Okay. Now about the flat Earth, the first. Do you agree with us that most of the Earth is made out of water? Like 75% is ocean. Oh no, it's not. It's like how many percent of water and of dry Earth?
The Earth or the surface?
The surface. The surface, of course.
Okay. Well, the surface is 70% water. Yeah.
It's 70% water, and there's only 30% of visible land. Let's say like this.
On the surface, yep.
Okay. So at that point, if you believe that, like we do, you have to admit that what we call the land, the physical land, is like a bunch of islands, because it's surrounded by waters.
No, I think there's land under the ocean.
No, of course, in the water around the islands, there's also land under the water. But what you see,
I guess you can say it that way.
Okay, so if what we call the visible land is above the waters, and that it's like an island, so it cannot be a globe, because islands cannot be globes.
You're right. An island is not a globe. Well done.
I just want to put this: the real globe is not.
It's a bunch of islands. We live on a bunch of islands, and it cannot be globes.
Can I quickly play you something? Can I quickly play
have
something?
islands on a globe?
Because
Can I quickly play you something for 2 minutes?
No, I want to
quickly?
answer his question. His line of questioning.
Quickly. It's just so you can listen quickly. Just.
I don't think he that's why I don't think he realizes that when he admitted that the molecules will bounce around freely in all directions and only exert force on the scales when they hit them in all directions. I don't think he realizes what he's admitted to there.
Gene's answer is not correct. It constitutes a great example of what happens when the laws of thermodynamics are violated. In the end, Gene's tried to argue that gravity was responsible for the gradient in temperature observed in the Earth's atmosphere. However, Boltzmann has shown us that this cannot be the case. However, Boltzmann has shown us that this cannot be the case.
That this cannot be the case. That this cannot be the case.
Oh, man.
You understand the atomic model, right?
I just wanted to show him that based on thermodynamics, gravity will be violated. Oh, okay. Anyway. I told him it was going to be quick. So now he ran. But yeah, I 100% agree with you, Sam. It does explain it in the dome. So it's like in the dome.
Well, in the dome of the dome, because this is what's written exactly in the dome of the skies. But remember that the name skies is the name of the dome. So the dome of the skies is the dome of the dome. That means you have a dome and you have the dome of the dome.
Heaven,
So it's in the layer.
Yeah, that's what I said. He called it dome heaven. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why Bible says about heavens.
Heavens, yes.
But I tell you something. When you analyze the Bible also as a book, like you might not believe in it or might believe in it, but when you analyze it, you see that there are many catastrophes. Like God destroys many civilizations many times, like with the flood at Sodom and Gomorrah, and you're going to see that there's a pattern there. There's a pattern. That the pattern is that the people at that point were fighting nature all the way. In the time of Sodom, we know it was like forced homosexuality. You had to be homosexual, it was a law, so they had to be destroyed. They were fighting nature. In the time of the flood, it was written that all flesh corrupted its ways. What does that mean? Same thing. They're going against nature, and this is the pattern. People that go against nature, they fight God through fighting nature. What's not natural, it's insane. Madness, because you need nature in order to live and to evolve. But to go against nature is like to embrace death. You're going to just self-destruct. So this is madness. You understand? So that's why when you talk to people that are mad, you won't never be able to convince them because they're crazy. They're mad. How do you know they're mad? Because they cannot accept what's obvious, what's sane. So at that point, there's no sense, even talking to them. It's just like, can I tell you?
Yeah, they are insane.
They're insane. This is insanity. And you're gonna see that many of the people that we're gonna talk with about the globe, the globers, they're all people that somehow at one point they're gonna tell you that technology is better, that they're gonna tend to like fight nature, they're gonna tend to reject nature, because by rejecting God,
Yes, because they reject God's creation. And
exactly. How can you fight God? You cannot fight him directly. You cannot just send like ballistic missiles. So you have to fight his creation. You're gonna fight the way he created the world, because of course if you admit that there is a dome, you have to admit that there is a creator. You cannot be like so they're gonna fight this idea that the dome is the most the thing they hate the most, because that kills their theory of like aliens in space and all that shit. You understand? So the dome is like for them it's like a killer. So they have to make sure that people make sure that there's no dome. That's why they always tell us to look into space, and look in space we can go to space and travel to space. This is bullshit. There's no space. As long as people believe that there is a space, they're winning, because they can say, oh, we insignificant, we're nothing in the universe. And it's the opposite. We are giants, and we are the most important thing in the universe, because we are God's creation. And this is what they're trying to kill. They're trying to kill this idea, this this thing there. Well, so we have a motivation for them to for them lying, but they don't have any motivation for us. They cannot say, we don't have any mobile to say what we say, unless just to prove the truth. But they have a mobile to lie, and we have the mobile. We know why NASA lies. We know it's a war. It's a spiritual war. It's all spiritual. It has nothing to do with like like money and everything, or power, of bullshit. Spiritual. They want to force us to self-destruct, and it's not the first time. It's not. It's an old idea. It's like it's coming back all the time. And thank God that the Bible explains us how it works, and how to fight these people. We know how to fight them.
Can fight them only with the truth. If they don't accept it, it's not on us; it's on them, because we have to say the truth. That's what it is, and they choose to speak lies. So they are from the devil.
See, like I told you one time, truth, emet in Hebrew, is one of God's names. We call him emet, sometimes in our prayers. So actually, if you believe this, if it's correct, so you understand that the more lies, the less God there is. They don't give a shit about what they're lying about. They can lie about the right time, and they can lie about anything. But the more you lie, and the less you're going to believe in God. This is like chemistry. I don't know how it works exactly, but the more people accept lies, and the farther away from God they're going to go. They're going to just like detach themselves from God automatically.
Exactly. The farther you go from the fire, the colder you get.
Exactly. That's why they're creating all these virtual reality, all these like space missions and moon mission and all that shit. It's all virtual. It's a fucking video game, and they're trying to make us part of that virtual reality there, that lie. And this is madness. This is like, wow. But again, the truth is not for everybody. I'd say don't try to convince everybody. Just convince the best. Just let's try to get the best of us together. Believe me, out of the best, we'll be able to multiply. And
like I said before, you cannot convince anyone to anything.
No.
They have to come to their own conclusions.
And I believe we should not either, because I always say that when it's written in the Bible not to talk to the dead people, so it might also refer to like people like this that are like also sometimes a living person can be considered as dead or as empty.
Yeah. I didn't look
you understand, like empty people. Yes, of course. People that don't care, that don't give a shit, that just that don't care about nature, that are that life, that embrace what's natural. They're dead. As human beings, they are dead. Like talking to them is like necromancy. It's like you're gonna get
I
like
call them NPCs and placeholders.
Exactly. So that's what you can see that also like this. What can I tell you?
But yeah, it's also why they need to push space though, because they need alien invasion when as a great deception.
Mm-hmm. The Project Bluebeam, and the hard holograms, and all deception, all lies.
That's why I think that they're actually trying to push that idea of outer lands, and shit too, so that even with
the flat earthers,
they can get them on board with aliens from other lands, extra terra, and all that.
Exactly that. And it's funny because don't you find it ironic that the same people who push that are the same ones that everybody calls shills the whole time?
You see, I've been divided about that idea because it's seducing to believe that there might be other lands and everything. But on the other side, if there is so much ice surrounding us, God created the ice, not the NASA. So that means, it's not livable. That means God made this place not for us to live there. Like it's not for us to live there. It's not. You cannot live there. So there is a desire of God for us not to go there because it's not for us. So at that point, we can say there is nothing for us that is interesting over there. It's not for us. Just forget about it. It's possible, but at that point, we have so much to learn. We don't know anything. We don't know much.
I just got to bring this up so we can all laugh.
So that's the thing. They're gonna take another subject and they're gonna try to make themselves like expert in a subject in order to discredit you on a subject that they cannot prove. That is something that they're losing ground on. So that's the thing. That's the tactics they do. But this is just tactics. It's ridiculous.
Wesley blew a gasket.
Yep. He claims he was teaching us how our engines work.
Well, he's very childish. He's very childish, man. He's like a little adolescent schoolgirl or something.
He reminds me of a little McToon kind of guy.
Yes.
Well, we can learn from them too. I'm learning from these people too. I'm learning to know how they function, how they think, and we have to learn about enemies. We have to learn about them. Because somehow we have to understand something is, if they are so motivated, to disprove flat Earth and everything, there must be a reason behind that. We know there is a motivation, but what's the reason behind that? So that's interesting to see how come these people, got to that point.
It's easy to figure it out. For example, Brendan, whoever it is, doesn't believe in God. So here you go. It's from the Satan.
That's it. So normally, any human being, it's I believe it's printed in its DNA, in everybody's DNA, that God exists, that there is a God. Whatever you want to call him, whatever, there is a superior intelligence that did create us. Look at our body. Everything is like it's perfect. Look at nature. Everything is perfect. It's too complex. It cannot come from luck, like from an explosion. You have to be fucking crazy to believe so. So the thing is this, that we know that there is a God. Then how to serve him, how you call him, whatever books we have about him, this is something else. But there is God. You have to admit it. There is a good entity, someone that's living, something that's living and that's good.
You know what? All their claims like Big Bang and the globe Earth work when we allow them to accept one miracle, which is Big Bang. Nothing created everything.
Well, you know what we say here in Israel when they talk to us about Big Bang. Our rabbis say, okay, no problem. There was an explosion, so for every explosion you need like matter.
No, there was nothing.
So where's the matter for the explosion?
I know.
So this is ridiculous.
Yeah, but that's what I tried to explain last night, where you because you were talking to Brenda and we were talking about evolution and where evolution came from, and the naturalists require, like I was trying to explain, this would be the universe, represents the universe, and I'll represent God, for instance. I'm not saying I'm God, I'm just representing, and I'm going to create matter for something. There I've put matter into the system, creating. Now, the problem with them, naturalists, they require this to be a no God, and this matter just automatically has to be there. So it self-created itself, which goes against the first law of thermodynamics. And they don't get that. Because God's outside of the universe. God's supernatural. He's not bound by nature at all. So he's able to put this matter to make the universe, where they just have to say, well, it's just there.
It's like the evolution when that fucking guy, how you call him, the guy that that said that we come from the fishes and everything. Darwin. So again, he had an argument with Rabbi, and they said, okay, what about the eye? It means the eye disproves the theory, because so what? We evolved first, we were like blind, and then we saw like blurred, and then suddenly we see everything like for thousands or millions of years. This is so fucking bullshit.
But it's really dumb, because you would think if evolution really was a thing, why the hell are we walking right now? Why aren't we flying around everywhere?
But the thing is that it's not that dumb. I tell you why. Because actually, it makes a crowd of dumb people. That means that people that don't believe it, because we like kind of thinking, you and I. So we won't get into their their crowd of people, their own fans. But there are lots of people that are dumbed down enough, that are stupid enough, that will follow that shit. And that's what they need. They need the population of civilization of totally dumbed down people, stupid people. You cannot fight God, with smart people. You can't fight God with the people that think. You can only fight God with fucking idiots.
If you think about it, with evolution, we should all not need to sleep anymore. There shouldn't be a thing called sleep, because based on evolutionary traits and you wanting to be, why are we sleeping? Why do we need sleep? It's weird. These days we need more sleep than before, because we're so busy. So it's going against what they claim in evolution.
Yep. The thing is that about Darwin himself, he said, if we won't find fossils which they are missing links, his theory is unreliable. But of course, those things, they won't teach in schools. So we have millions upon millions of fossils, but there is no missing link.
There's nothing.
Never found.
And even the dinosaurs, all the bones of dinosaurs, like fucking resin, is like resin. It's not even like it's all fucking fake as fuck.
Well, here's what's funny. Here's what's funny. Check this out, man. If you ask me to say, well, how do you know how old something, the date range? Because they have to, for their carbon dating, which that's a whole joke too. They have to give a range of dates that they think it is. And they say, well, how do you know what that range is? And he goes, because of the layer that it's in. And then you ask him later, you say, well, how do you know the age of the layer that you're looking at? Because of the stuff we find in it.
Yep, it's circular reasoning.
What the hell? It's just circular argument. We know how deep we know how old it is because the stuff that's in it.
Madness. That's what I'm telling you. This is madness.
It's stupid, man. It's ridiculous. And that carbon dating, about a year or two ago, we did a show. We dove right into carbon dating, and it's all just theoretical nonsense that they're using. It's just like, what? They presuppose so much. And that's one of the reasons they got to give them a date range, because it's just like throwing a dart at a dartboard, And it comes right down to they know the layer, because I mean, Jesus Christ, it's all just circular reasoning.
It's like in this joke, the guys are coming to the Highlander and asking him, how old are those mountains? 3 million years and 3 months. What? How do you know it's 3 million years and 3 months? Because 3 months, here was a scientist and said that those mountains are 3 million years. So 3 months later, there are 3 million years and 3 months. That's what it is.
Well, 2 weeks, 5 hours, and 7 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So, in conclusion, you have to be totally retarded, and I know retarded people that will not believe that, anyways. That they're not that retarded. You have to be totally retarded, like to believe in that Indian moon landing.
Oh my God!
It's like a fucking like Lego, like a Playmobil. Like you take a Playmobil and you just zoom on it, or fucking Lego, and you say, "Well, that's a moon landing," and everybody's like this, and with the flag. What the fuck is that?
That's a confirmation. They all hug each other. They do that at NASA too. You see that whole crew. All they're doing is looking at monitors and little computer screens and shit. They all stand up and high five each other.
That's Babylon on steroids, man. Fucking A, man. We're living like something special, man. What the fuck?
Well, it does that. It's a manipulation of your senses and of your imagination, along with your emotions. I mean, it's just like exactly how Disney works. If you step outside, you go, ain't none of that fucking shit real. What are you doing?
Oh man.
You know? That's their big confirmation though, is they all just jump up and hug each other and high five it and yay. We landed on the moon. Come on, man.
What a fucking, it's unbelievable.
Well, it's so easy. Well, here's what they do. They take these people and they puff up their reputations to you through the academia.
Yeah, of course.
They take these various people and they pump them at you. And then they tell you shit that they said and shit that they do and how great and wonderful they are. And this is why everybody goes, Newton, Copernicus, and all these other things that are pushed at you without looking at anything that was remotely contrary to it, or anybody that even was doing the same type of thing. It was just this one person, right? And they get that in there, and then so there you are, programmed after 12 years with this unwarranted adoration for academia because you think they made you smart because you can say these things that they told you. You know, it doesn't make you smart.
Well,
you've been conditioned.
They need credibility. They need to build credibility in order to sell you some shit, in order to to deceive you. You have to believe that they are credible. So that's exactly the way everything works. Just make people believe you know what you're talking about, that you have a history and everything, and then when people just do accept it, then they're fucked, because then they can sell you all kinds of shit that have nothing to do with
biblical cosmology. I just dropped the link to the biblical cosmology, which is from the Matthew Bible. And it's 2 Samuel 11, and exactly tells you the shape of the earth before Masonic King James Bible. I know that there's some people who call themselves Christians or Catholics. They use majority King James Bible, but I don't. So that's, if you can flat put it on a screen, please. And that's what was before King James altered the Bible.
I tell you, the Ancient Testament, you should read it in Hebrew, original Hebrew, and the New Testament you should read it in Greek and in Aramaic. This is they cannot fool you at that point, because then you have the original things. But of course, nobody does that because it's like easier to just read in English.
There's a YouTube channel.
Not loading again.
I've been watching with. I just found it here recently. I think it's called Bedtime History. Is the name of it? Let me see if I can find it real quick. He's got some really good stuff on it.
Is it showing now?
No sound. There's no sound, Flats.
Janusz?
Yeah.
No,
so
there's no sound.
You can read it. So I have posted.
Read.
Yeah. What? Yeah, post again.
No, it's showing me in front of the car.
That's odd.
This is like one of my first streams, by the way. What the? Oh, there we go. Wrong. Sorry. I'm like trying to think now what's going on here. 2 Samuel 11.
11, it will be.
11.
Yeah.
And Andreas said unto Doeg, the ark of Israel, and Luda dwell in pollutions. My Lord Loeb and the Lord lie intents upon the flat earth. There we go.
Yeah, before King James.
Yeah, this is the William Tyndale. Matthew's Bible, 1537.
That's the perfect example of biblical cosmology. We can't hear you. You have switch off voice. Your mic doesn't work.
Sam.
Sorry, yes. I was just going to say, I'm going to check. It's like 2 Samuel 11?
2 Samuel 11, yeah.
Let me check it out in Hebrew, see what,
right, yeah.
what it says over there. Here we go. Okay. 2 Samuel.
I put a link in the private chat to that channel I was talking about. He's got a good one on there. It says, what was history's biggest cover-up? The Dark Ages.
That's history. That looks cool.
Yeah. It's got some good stuff. It looks like he just put one up 5 hours ago. Did the church hold back? Did the church hold back human progress?
He gets a lot of views for his little amount of subscribers.
2 Samuel what? 2 Samuel 11 and what? What's the verse?
2 Samuel 11:11.
11:11. Okay.
I don't know how it's written in
ויאמר
Torah.
אוריה, and Uriah said to David, אהרון וישראל ויהודה יושבים בסוכות ואני אוהב.
I mean, his one video got like 259k views.
Oh, Al Pnei Sadeh, yes, exactly. This is so I tell you how it is written. What you translate flat earth can be actually translated as flat earth. It's correct because it is
Open
written
field,
Al Pnei Sadeh. That means on the face of the field. And actually, the field is what describes the earth at the very beginning. And there was nothing that was growing, on the surface of the field. And the field actually is the earth.
And that's why they were a bit dishonest in the translations, because they translated it later to open fields.
Yes.
Of course, of course, the translations are all like, most of them are totally, inaccurate. Totally.
I will tell you an interesting thing, that King James was Mason, and Masonry was exactly created by Jews.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of Jews, in the Freemasonry everywhere. Yeah, you're gonna find Jews every fucking where, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that when you take a look at who's ruling, really, every time I investigate into, like, who are the elites and the rules and the rulers, it always came up to the fucking Vatican. It always comes back to that. Always, and doesn't mean that they're not Jews over there. The last Pope, Benedict XVI, was a descendant of the Maharal of Prague. It was a big rabbi in Prague. It was one of his, little grandchildren.
It's Jews and Jesuits. I always say it.
Yes, exactly. But at that point, that guy has nothing to do with Israel anymore. These became enemies. It's like, high treason. It's like they're traitors, so they cannot be there. We have to kill them. In the Torah, Jews kill other Jews. Depends what they do. You understand? At one point, there is death sentence. For high treason. If a Jew betrays God, it's like it's high treason. They have to pay for that. So of course we're gonna have a lot of people. But the thing is that they're gonna play a game. They're gonna fool people and gonna say, hey, look, we are the elite, we are Jews, and we fuck up everybody. Check it out. And then they're gonna come to us Jews, and they're gonna say, oh, we are going, we are not Jews, and we are also doing this. So they're playing both sides. I've heard jokes on Jews when I was in France, when I was, growing up. And then I heard the same jokes in Israel about the Goyim. So what the fuck is going on here? They just reversed the roles. So we're being played by this thing. And remember, in the Eden Garden, there is a snake, there is Adam, and there is the woman. So again, there's those guys there that are between us, and that they're playing us for fools. And this is what's going on. We have to identify that. That's why I believe that we have to work together in order to to get these people, because the Jews only won't be able to do it, and the non-Jews won't be able to. Just the right association of the both of us would be able to, cut that snake. What can I tell you?
Right. Oops.
You were going to put some video, Flat. You were saying something before.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
What are you doing, man?
I'm just asking Wes why he ran away.
Wesley, why did you run away?
Because he's in chat. I thought, okay, maybe he had something to do, but no, he's in chat, going on, still talking about gas pressure with Glenn, telling Glenn he's wrong now too. And
oh dear God.
Now he's saying, hey, no, it's because I showed a video. Yeah, the video which was literally on topic to show him wrong.
That's why he took off. Come on back, Wesley. But don't act like a little girl, man. Try to stop
Wesley, don't be a Brenda.
Little girlfriend.
I'm surprised Bev didn't attempt to try come in tonight.
Oh, good God.
Oh, no, Bev.
What did I lie about? What's he talking about?
Dude, I told you I had to go somewhere, and I told you if you didn't let me talk to Sam about it, I was going to go, and you had to.
Yeah,
run
you went to
video.
chat. You went to the chat. Yeah, that's
Well,
not very far.
I was gone for a half hour. I had to get my daughter from dance.
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Oh.
Come on, you don't have a daughter. Come on, you don't have any daughter. Can you prove you have a daughter?
Citation. Where's your citation?
That's a good one.
Actually, your daughter. Do you have a blood test? Can you prove?
I want to ask you a question though, Wesley. You say you had to go.
It's
because-
axiomatic, Sav.
Did you have to go?
Why
I
is
just
she
want to find.
black? No.
Wait. I gotta
Oh
find
yeah,
out.
there
So-
you go. The race is coming out. Nice.
So Wes, I gotta find out. So you said
You
you
okay
had to
with
go.
that? You okay with that?
You had
Flats?
to go
You
pick
just-
your daughter, and because I
okay with
showed the
that?
video, you went. If I didn't go show the video, would you have still gone?
Yes. I would
Okay,
stay
so
on for
therefore
5
it's
more
not
minutes.
my video that caused you to go. Great.
No, that's one reason. You gave me another reason to leave. So
No,
Flats,
I
you're
didn't
not
give
gonna
you any
make
reason. I
comment-
was sticking to topic.
Flats, you're
by
not going to
giving
make
you
any
something
comment
to
about
show
Sav
you.
talking about my daughter like that, right?
I was giving a video to show you on topic that you were wrong. Again.
Flats, you're not going to say anything to Sav about what he said about my daughter, right?
It was a joke, Wesley.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know. We still haven't determined that you
Okay,
actually
buddy.
even have a daughter, Wesley. You haven't proven. We've seen
I
no
don't need to.
citation. It's
I don't
just
need to.
your word again, you see. We've not seen, that even that you're the parent of any children at all. You don't have any proof of that. It's just your say so.
That's true. You don't have any kids either.
I don't.
I know.
You don't know.
No, I know.
No. So how do you know you don't have any kids, man?
Huh? Oh,
How do you
I
know
don't
you
know.
have any
I
kids?
probably do. Listen, there's kids all over Germany.
Yeah,
probably.
that's a better and that's the most accurate answer.
Oh, dude, nobody would risk procreating with that scum.
Are you shitting me, bro?
Oh,
Dude.
you too. That's under the belt, and that's under the belt.
So biblical cosmology. Flatoid, why do you ever talk to people in your church? Well, if you go to church, do you ever talk to people about that or no?
Yeah.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
What do they say?
Some people don't really want to talk about it. Other people just say, I'll think about it, and some people don't want to talk about it. Depends who you talk to.
Are there any that want to talk about it that say that you're
Yes, there are actual flat earthers that walk around.
Listen to my question. Listen to my question, buddy.
No, I said yes.
Do other people talk to you about it that don't agree with you?
Yes.
Okay. And you think they're wrong?
Yes, because the Bible tells them they're wrong.
No, that's your interpretation.
No, the Bible.
Maybe his interpretation is right.
No, I
Listen.
agree with you. There's multiple interpretations.
Flat, can you bring again the same verse?
Oh my gosh.
So Bible says it, clearly. So if they read,
it says it's flat.
Yes. 100%.
In Hebrew, it says it's a plateau. It's more
Please
not
bring
like
it for him.
it's like it's
Flat,
like a plateau.
please bring it for Wes.
What verse is it?
2 Samuel 11.
Tyndale, dude. It's a Tyndale Bible that actually says flat, dude.
I said what verse?
It's
2 Samuel 11.
Don't worry.
Holy cow! Everybody's
11.
the verse.
You found a Bible that says flat.
Yes.
Is that right, Roger?
Yes.
Okay, for
Yeah,
example,
no,
I give you an example.
Which version is this, Flatoid?
Matthew's Bible,
Matthew's Bible.
57.
What?
Matthew's Bible, 1537.
Why is this not in English?
It is Old English before King James Bible.
English, dude.
It's 1537 version.
So you agree that this is the best interpretation? This Bible is the best interpretation of Scripture?
Not interpretation, translation, and I don't agree.
Yeah,
with
sorry.
that.
Yeah, translation. I just want to ask Flatoid one question. You believe this is the best, this version is the best interpretation of all Scripture?
Translation.
It's just a Bible that says flat Earth, which everybody says doesn't exist. That's all we're showing.
Well,
Do
actually,
you think that proves anything?
Yes, it shows the Bible says it's flat.
So you think this is the Word of God right here?
Any Bible is the word of God, is not.
The people that did translate that like hundreds of years ago used these words in order to interpret what was written in Hebrew, which is not exactly the same. In Hebrew, it's about the surface of the field. Now, the thing is that when we talk about the field in the creation, we don't talk about like a football field, because on the fifth day, I believe it's written at that point that nothing was growing onto the field, onto the field.
The plateau.
So it's written that check it out. The bushes of the field were not growing yet, not the bushes of the field or the field bushes, which can be anything, but the bushes of the field is very subtle. The Torah was written in very hermetic.
Get to the point where it talks about flat Earth.
So wait a second. If
you can't argue with the word of God, I mean, come on. I mean,
if
that's game over.
If we talk about the creation, and at the creation we talk about the field, and that you understand that the field is something flat. It's not a bowl. It's flat, so you can deduct that. Now, what you're doing?
Where in Genesis 1 does it say the field?
Oh, I tell you. Wait a second.
Yeah,
I tell you.
Where do we go from here now? Then.
Wait a second.
The thing was that to show people that the Bible says specifically, it says flat Earth, and it does. That's the evidence.
One word of God.
One translation.
Where do we go from here?
One translation.
Okay, it's in Genesis 2:5, and then again it's Genesis 2:19.
So let's do 2:5. Where is the word? Where is the
word? The word I'm reading here in Hebrew in the original language, and it's written like this. The true translation is, and all the bushes of the field were not there yet. And
wait, hold on a second. So let's talk about the field. You interpret that as the entire earth?
Well, if I tell you something, if it was just a field, or if it was the field bushes, it would not have been written the field, as if the field is a known thing. You understand?
So why did it say the whole earth?
And then because here we are talking about the creation of the earth, not talking about something else. It's in the creation. It's not like in another verse. So
I agree. It's a plain as opposed to the mountain. Okay, that doesn't help
the
you.
Word. So there.
Well,
there were mountains.
And mountains equal globe. Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
No, there were no mountains. That's what they're saying, Roger. How do you not get this?
No.
The earth was a plain.
No, mountains are flat. Come on, we've already sorted that. We flattened tables last night.
You're going to go over this.
Roger,
how do you measure a globe out of a mountain? Quick.
Sam,
how do you get a globe from a mountain?
Okay, I just want to point out.
Sam, do you not agree with this? That it says plain as opposed to mountain? Do you not agree with this?
It's saying it would look at the root, meaning to spread out as plain. That's what Sam is trying to say. The whole plane is spread out.
So
as opposed to in a mountain. I agree with that.
The thing is that mountains. Check it out. When you if you go, look. If I tell you, for example, I tell you guys, what they do. If I tell you 2 plus x equal 5, what is x?
3.
But how do you know? It's not written 3. 3 is not written. You say it's 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 5
That's exactly what you do. That's exactly what you do. You say it's not 3 because you cannot deduct it. Because it's not written. Where's 3? You say
I know, but Flatsoy just showed the word plain. It means plain as opposed to mountain.
Those are tactics in order to confuse people.
No, that's logic.
You have to understand that
logic. It's a logical operation.
We can reach the truth by logic deduction.
Yes.
5. Remember, guys, you got to read it in the context. It's talking about the herbs and the plants in the open field, the plain, the plateau.
So context interpretation matters. Gotcha.
Yes, always.
This is not interpretation yet. It's just translation, correct translation of what's written.
Now it says that in the Bible. Can we judge people that don't believe it?
Do you actually think mountains were here at the beginning of creation? I'm dead serious.
How does it show flat Earth?
God created them?
Sam, how does that show flat Earth?
Well, it shows
Do you get? Is the sphere a plane?
Is the sphere
2D? You said last night, Flatsoid.
Do you
You
think
said the
that
sphere's surface was 2D.
Is a field
last
a plane?
night, Flatsoid.
Dude, wait, is a field a plane?
Flatsoid. Do you know that that's not the same word, the plane that you're using? Do you realize that or not?
It sounds the same.
You say, I know. That's what I'm worried about, and I think
he's looking for the geometric definition of the word plane versus the field. That's what he's trying to get to.
Yeah, what kind of plane?
He made.
Hold on a second.
The Earth a plane last night.
Don't let Flatsoid out of this. What does it mean?
Didn't make the Earth a plane. The Earth is a plane.
Spell that word.
God
for me.
made the Earth a plane.
Say that. Spell that word for me.
Spell what?
Plane.
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 Okay. Now look at your interpretation. How does it spelled?
What my interpretation are you talking about? I brought the root
the
word.
citation you just showed. It doesn't
It's
say
a Hebrew.
plane.
There were Hebrews that wrote that.
It's plain.
Show the word.
It's from Hebrew.
Study something that is flat.
Hey, hold on a second. It has a whole different meaning. Look
Are
at the
you
word
now
that
going
you
to semantics of spelling?
Not different. Why different?
No, you said it was the same word. It's not the same word.
If you look at
Plane.
Revelation, it calls it a plane.
You know what a plane is?
Dig that up.
How was it spelled, Flatsoid?
Semantics of spelling. There we go. Just like I said.
You think that's the same word?
Plane. What is a plane?
You think
what is a
PLAI
plane? What is a plane?
Spell it for me.
What is a plane?
Which
What
one?
is a plane, Wes? What is a
Which
plane?
one? Which one?
Geometric plane.
Planes. There's two planes.
Geometric plane.
A geometric plane is a two-dimensional object.
There we go. And is it
Not
flat?
an object.
Now the word that you
Is it
looked
flat?
up.
Is it flat, Wes? Is it flat, Wes?
It can be.
Not it can be. Is it two-dimensional plane flat?
And most of the times, yeah, you can have curved
It
planes.
is not most of the time. It always is.
When it can be
Hold on
not
a
flat.
second.
When it can be not flat.
One more question. One more question for
playing
class. and then I'm done.
semantic games
One
with
more.
you.
One more question. The word that you brought up, showing that in that verse, you brought up a different plane, and you didn't even realize it because you don't understand the
I
difference.
can bring up any different plane.
Yes, you did. Show the last screen you showed. There you go. You think PLAIN and PLNE is the same word?
It's very similar
moron.
because a plane is a plane. A plane like this is also
No,
a plane.
it's not.
Of course.
It's not.
I just want to point out. Look what it says of the field. You see, that's the field. Now you go to the prime, so there.
But let me ask
Hold
you
on
a
a
question.
second,
And
Sam.
it
He's
is
showing something.
spread out, and it's putting plane close to a mountain.
Not
so
the
now you got an
geometric
issue
plane.
that they spelt it this way. Do you think
You know
I
that's a
wrote
different
this?
word.
Wait, Wes, do you think I wrote this?
Do you think that's a different word than PLANE?
Do you think I wrote this or not?
There are many.
You
There are
brought
many
it up
words.
as a citation.
There are
And
many
then you,
words.
Pull up
and then
the
you said
definition
that
of both
God,
words, Flat.
But there
Go
are
ahead,
many
pull up the
words.
Yes,
definition.
So
words
semantics
have
on.
meaning.
So wait. Let me put it this way. So semantics of words
It's not
on
semantics.
something
It's
I
a
didn't.
different
Wait.
word.
So you trying to tell me because someone else wrote something that it's my issue on spelling?
That
I want
you
to ask
used
you
it.
something. What is
No,
this?
you
Read this out for me quickly, please.
No, I am
Yes.
saying that you
Read this
used
out.
it.
What does that say? From the
Flat.
unused root meaning spread out as a field, as flat.
Not
Country
as
field,
PL,
ground, land,
not as a
soil.
geometric plane.
That's geometrically flat. The field is geometrically flat.
Wow, dude.
He thinks the Great Plains.
Wesley, can I
He
ask you
thinks
something, man?
Plains are PLANE.
Wesley, can I ask you something? Why do you laugh like a maniac over the most
Because he's wrong all
mundane
the time.
shit?
That's why.
No,
Why
because
do
this
you?
is
Why do
hilarious.
you do that? No. Why do you laugh like a
answering you.
Listen, why do you laugh like a maniac at the most mundane of things?
You think it's
Are you?
mundane.
I think
Are
you
you
are
gonna let me answer?
clinically. I think you're clinically insane.
You also think the Earth is flat. So what?
I don't think it. I know it.
We're talking about words, right?
He also doesn't know what perpendicular is, so I'm okay with that.
You know what's funny is that the word globe does not appear in the Torah.
Agree with
at all.
Agree with
the word bowl either.
Did they have a word for sphere or globe back then?
Same
Yes,
thing.
don't
You can
think
call
they
sphere,
give a shit
globe.
about the shape of the
This is your new language. But
Did
the
they
sphere
have? Did
is
they have a
ball.
word for globe or sphere? Please answer.
Yes, to
Of
throw a
course.
ball. They literally speak about throwing a
Did
ball.
they
Yes.
have a word for
Of course.
globe or sphere?
Yes.
Not ball.
Yes. Yes.
Well, then why'd you say ball, not sphere?
Ball is a sphere, you moron.
Because in English,
Ball is a
you have-
sphere.
you have many words. You see, in Hebrew, there are very few words. It's not like in English that you have lots of words. So you can have ball, globe, sphere, whatever to talk about the same thing. But in Hebrew, we have only one word that can define different things. It's the opposite. So the word for globe is kadur, and even in Hebrew we say kadur haaretz, which is the globe of the earth. But the kadur is also a ball.
Where is that used in the Bible?
In the Bible, there's only one example of written about a ball, which talks about
throwing it.
No, not at all.
I think it was throwing the ball. Wait,
No, it talks about the hair of somebody that pulled it as a pellet of hair, and it's called kadur. It's like it has nothing to do with the creation or the earth.
You're not supposed to correct flats. Come on, Sam. You know
I
that.
think it's
but
2
you'll correct
Kings
them.
9:33. I think it's there. Let me get it quickly.
Look,
I just want to say thank you, Ozzy, for $5 super chat. Really appreciate it, man. He says, "Kick Wesley, everyone, 2025."
Yeah, I
Thank
know.
you very much,
I know
Wesley.
the truth. You gotta
You rock, boss.
you can be skeptical. That's okay. That's normal. You can be skeptical and try to to disprove things. That's a game. There's no problem. But at one
That's what
point,
science is.
that exactly. But at one point, you have to make sure that your skepticism, is not going to keep you from understanding things that are obvious to understand. You understand? That means that at that point, it's not going to protect you from mistaking, but it's going to make you mistake. It's going to make you mistaken. That means that you have to be careful. Up to what point can you be skeptical? You cannot just be skeptical all the time, all the way on everything. You cannot just deny everything.
You should know what you know and know what you don't know.
And that's very hard because we don't have too much means. We don't have to
Yeah, I know, but there's ways of knowing. Like if I needed my car spray painted, I wouldn't do it. I would go to Flatzoid. But if Flatzoid needed to know about the shape of the earth, he probably shouldn't lean on his own understanding, but to go to somebody with physics.
I go to God for the shape of the earth. Thank you very much. And I go to my own eyes and own observations.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I don't need someone like Wes who literally doesn't understand
Ignorance is bliss, isn't it?
Understands an engine needs compression, so compression requires it to be closed system.
But if you were saying,
you learned.
Yeah, but 2 pints is 2 liters in flat.
learned it all from you, dude.
Don't go in for a paint job.
If you were saying that, if what you're saying was true, that the Earth was a globe, it was so easy to understand that we're like stupid.
Who said it was so easy? Who said it was so easy?
Why it's not easy?
Don't say that then. Don't say that then.
So it's not easy to understand it?
I don't think so. You have to learn about it. And you have to test
Why
it.
not? Why not? I don't understand. If it's so simple.
That's what Flatzoid's whole channel is based off of, because they can't understand it.
Okay, I understand. But at that point, how come you see that there is more and more flat earthers, and that there is thousands of channels trying to disprove flat earth? Why?
So appeal to population.
Wes, can we agree that the words have meaning?
Yes, that's why plain. That's
Right.
why plain PLAIN
All right.
versus PLANE is not semantics.
So that's
You agree with that, right?
But it describes the same thing.
You agree with that, right?
You don't allow to finish. I always interrupt.
No, you asked me if it was important. That's
Yes,
why Platts is
that's-
hypocritical.
Jesus
He doesn't understand the
Yeah.
difference.
Can I finish?
Yeah, go for it.
Right. So I want to refer to the word understand. That's why we don't understand, because word understand has a meaning. It means to stand under someone. That's the real definition, legality definition. That's why we don't stand under you.
That is not the
Because
literal definition.
It is by legality.
Showing Wesley wrong again.
100%.
When he laughed and was showing that is in the Bible, Isaiah 22:18. You fully violently turn and toss thee like a ball into a large country.
Wait, who corrected you? Who corrected you?
All the
It's
music.
literally
Turn
on
your music off.
Hey, Flatzo, who corrected you? I just want to be sure. Who corrected you?
You told me it's not there, so I'm correcting
No, I
you.
didn't. Never said it. Never said that.
You laughed when I said it's in there.
I give
No,
you
I
that.
didn't.
Yes, you did.
I laughed when Sam corrected you. Sam
Sam said
corrected
it's
you.
not there. I'm correcting Sam then.
Yes, exactly. Not me.
So why are you laughing at me then?
Was wondering why we didn't come in.
Where is he? He went? He left? What happened?
Can you hear me?
Isaiah 20.
Who's got
My
that mic
microphone
open
working?
with our music playing on? You need to turn
So
your
let's
mic
do
off
this.
mute. Yeah, do it.
I'm going to bring it in. Ball. There we
Can you
go.
hear me?
Dur.
Hello? Hello?
Elder, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear
We can
you.
hear you, yes.
Can you hear
Oh,
us?
well, there we go.
Circle.
Yeah, you could just
Ball.
said then. You could have said so.
The point
Hey,
that
that's not the same. That's not the same
point-
word that's not the same word Sam used.
Dur is ball. Kadur is the
Kadur is
offshoot.
ball. It's a ball.
Yes.
It can be used as globe. In modern
Yes.
Hebrew, we say kadur haaretz in order to say
Exactly.
the globe of the earth. So there's no other name of ball in Hebrew, like just kadur.
Okay.
That's
Cool.
what it is. But the
Like,
thing,
yeah, let me show you. I can show him that as well.
I
quickly.
didn't know that word was in the Old Testament. That's why I was asking.
So we can show you that there is no word in the matter of Earth as a globe, but there is a word related to the Earth as a flat. You see the difference?
Okay. Do you believe that the the Pharisees were actual snakes or vipers?
No,
That was
Satan.
language.
Jesus.
Oh, interpretation matters.
No, no, it's language. Again, with context.
Thanks for
The
proving my
Hebrew
point.
language. Wait, Sam. I don't think he understands how the Hebrew language works.
no,
man.
he does understand. He's not stupid. That guy is not stupid. He knows things. He just wants to fight them. That's all. He just likes to fight.
You
them.
just have to have you just have to have a heretic's version of it, don't you? Just translate it.
Yep.
Be
That's
heretic.
okay. That's
and
fine.
that'll do.
That's
You
okay.
follow your heresy.
No,
That's how
You
it's
see,
done.
if I
No,
give
for
you another
everybody.
example.
Oh, Flatsoid's the
That's
same.
exactly right.
Flatsoid's
He's like-
Flatsoid's
That's
a
like the
heretic as well.
Mandela affected one, right?
He's like
there
a
is-
cultish.
There is
You
so
know what
many.
I find weird?
There is so many examples of in the Torah, in the Bible, to point to the fact that the earth is not a globe, and there is nothing that points to the fact that it's a globe. Nothing, not one thing.
Nothing at all.
If I was, I
Nothing.
would say. I'm very, I'm honest. I'm an investigator. I don't fuck around.
Yeah,
If there was, I tell you, okay, at that point they see it's a
he's a
globe.
religious man, Flatsoid. You got to
There's
believe
not,
him.
nothing, not one, and there's about like
Can you
200.
shut up, Elder Bear? Thank you.
It's crazy. But the only thing I wanted to tell him also it was that we can deduct that the Earth is flat, and that the model that we do have is very close to where it is, because in the book of Ecclesiastes, it was written by Solomon. It is said that the sun, not the wind of the sun, but the sun, is going around the north and along the south. It's not going around the south.
So Sam, what you said model is close to your model. What's your model?
For me, so far, the only thing is as accurate as possible, as we've seen so far, is the Gleason map model. This is
So
where
then how do you so do you believe that the TFE didn't happen or they didn't observe a 24-hour sun?
Well, I want to believe. You remember that?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. I don't want to know the story. I want to know if you believe it.
I want to believe they were there, but I cannot believe. I am forced. I'm obliged to believe that they were not there. They could not be there.
And then the other question to everybody here is, if you believe this, wouldn't you want to show everybody that you're correct by maybe going and finding the firmament?
We did.
Nobody's found it.
Well, we don't have to.
You know that we can't go
Well,
there.
I asked Will Duffy to go out and do it, and guess what his answer to me was? I don't believe it's firmament.
Roger's going to get
Right.
it.
Right. Hey, how do you prove a negative, Flats? Go ahead. Show me how you prove a negative.
He could have traversed through Antarctica and shown there was no
Other
firmament.
people have done that already. Why would he do it?
Nobody
again?
has.
Going to get Roger
Nobody
there.
has.
No, you said
Wesley,
Nobody
has ever
This is
traversed.
the time where we promote Roger's GoFundMe, guys.
Nobody has
Come on.
ever traversed fully between the center of Antarctica.
Wes,
It's been shown you many times. You
Wes,
just don't
can
believe it.
you travel
No
to
one.
the so-called North Pole by
Let's get
yourself?
Roger's link up in the chat. Come on.
Quick question to
Let's
the West.
hear Yanush do
Yes,
a
you're not.
2015 flat Earth bit. Yes, you can go to the North Pole.
Do you not want
How?
to promote Roger right now? Come on, guys.
Go ahead.
What's
Yanush.
Roger going to get?
So
I'm
can
going to
you
go down and just
can
do a
you
live
go
stream during
beyond
the
the 60 parallel on your
Yes.
own boat? No, you can't.
Why not?
Because
Why
there
do
is
they
Antarctic-
not want to
there is
promote
Antarctic
your
treaty,
GoFundMe, Roger?
which
See,
How did-
they
look
won't
at this
allow you to go 60
2020
parallel.
flat Earth line. Of course.
No.
you
How
can
did
go
you
beyond
manage?
the-
How did you measure 60-degree parallel?
No, hold on a second. Flatsoid, do you believe you can go past the 60th parallel?
With
How
permits.
did you measure it?
And you're not allowed to
Okay.
go freely.
Okay,
explore.
Yanush, debunked.
And
Did
you're
you
not
get
allowed
that
to
from
freely
Polaris?
explore.
You can go for the trip, to the design spots which are controlled. There is
Hey,
one company
Yanush,
who controls 4
Yanush,
companies.
Can you go to Iran without getting permission?
No.
Tell them about your measured flat radius now.
You can, yeah, you're right
there. Measuring angles for Polaris. Talking about parallels.
This is why I come for the hypocrisy.
Why is it
Antarctica because you got
I'm telling you about facts. There is Antarctic Treaty, which doesn't allow you to travel beyond the 60 parallel. You cannot.
Wes, you're not understanding what Yanush is saying. Yanush is saying you can't independently go and travel. Okay?
What does Janusz mean by 60-degree parallel?
That's where the Arctic Treaty starts.
Yes.
Where?
Yeah, but doesn't it go to zero at the equator on flat Earth?
Please Google now yourself or whatever. Go to the wiki, whatever.
And read about the equator is zero on flat Earth, isn't it?
Where's Punta Arenas flatoid? What parallel?
And then what? Does it go minus after that up beyond the equator on flat Earth? Or is it still a positive number?
Where's Punta
the
Arenas?
same as in the north?
The Arctic Treaty pushes up to the 60th parallel.
Yeah, but how do you
get that? 60th parallel? What's that? How do you get that?
Is Punta Arenas part of Antarctica?
Where is it? How do you get
your 60th degree from where? Where is the 60th degree from?
We're going to end now anyway. We actually went over the 4 hours.
Sov gave you a little sign, did he? Where does the 60th parallel come from?
From measuring.
So Flatoid, you're going to run?
Where do you measure the 60 degrees from?
Oh, you're going to run?
It was 1 o'clock in the morning. It was a 4-hour
Where do you measure your 60 degrees
from? So you're going to go right to sleep immediately after you hang up.
The most popular flat Earth map and check where is 60 parallel. That's your answer. I will not do your job for yourself. For you, you can check it yourself and you can see where it is. So maybe you understand then.
Okay. So any closing statements, guys? Any closing statements?
I'll say something. This is quite educational. They don't have any scientific evidence of any cosmology or any of those fields. Those aren't fields of science to begin with.
I have a closing statement.
Well, go ahead. No, it's not a nuh-uh. You got to show me a scientific experiment that proves cosmology.
What flat Earth map was Janusz referring to?
Well, there's several azimuths. Air Age is one of it. There's a slew.
Go touch the firmament, and I will change
Which one do you go by, Roger? What's yours, Roger? Your flat Earth map.
I use all of them, man. It gives a lot of them.
I thought we're supposed to be doing closing statements. So
can you Janusz? Where do you get your flat Earth map from, Janusz? Which one do you refer to that I should look at?
This is closing statements time. Okay, Janusz, closing statement. Thanks.
Those people, unfortunately, will never listen. They will never check anything for themselves because they have been programmed. That's the problem. They are saying they are open-minded, but they are not because they have misshaped. So whatever you say in opposition to their implemented perception of reality is straight away discarded. And they are saying they are open-minded. They are not. They are close-minded. They are not of God. They are of the Satan.
My closing statement is all flat earthers learn from videos, TikToks, YouTube videos, but say school is indoctrination, which is completely hypocritical. So
you saw earlier I had that live stream with the car behind me. You saw that
I have to reply to this.
This is not responding.
Wait, guys. So Wesley, you saw that live stream I had earlier with my car behind me. Do you know that car built up from the ground up?
What does that say about flat Earth?
Did I use videos to show me how to do that?
Yeah, but did it tell? But
no, I didn't use videos to show me how to do that. So I'm a flat earther. Guess what? I just showed you wrong. Thank you. Okay, so your turn, Roger, or is your closing statement done?
Oh, I'll just say I'm having a show about 11 p.m. Central Mountain Time if you want to come over and watch.
Awesome.
Send the link.
And you got anything to say, Sam?
No, just that I don't really agree that these people in front of us will never learn or they're satanists. I wouldn't go to that point. But I will say that as long as people remain human, there's always like hope for them to to switch to accept the truth. Because don't forget, we were like them. What they are now, we were already like them. We were so stupid
That's
like
true.
them. So we evolved. If we could change, they can change. So now maybe they must be more motivated than we are in order to fight us. But there's hope for everybody. But again, the thing is that they should learn about the past. They should learn about that situation. If they really believe what they say, they should learn about history, about what happened to people that fought nature and fought God, and what happened to those civilizations. They might not believe in the Bible, but they can use it as a historic book. They
Keep
can
on rocking in the free world.
No, really, man.
That's all. That just But it's interesting because we can learn from them also. We can always learn from the other guys. And I respect my enemies. As long as they know how to fight, there's no problem. It's a game. I have no problem with them.
Yeah.
That's the way I see it. I'm trying to be like as open as possible, as cool as possible. It's not easy.
And then you, Bev, you have anything to say?
Yeah, I put a video out earlier on today. Yesterday, you called me dishonest and a liar.
I still do,
You said
yeah.
that you never said anything. Now, there's a video out there where you can quite clearly see that you did actually say that.
I said the table is represented.
Now, you can watch the video. Don't worry about it.
But you're too dishonest and dumb to understand that we live in a three-dimensional world, and that a two-dimensional explanation is what is describing the table. I explained this in many different ways. Just because you're too dumb or dishonest to understand that doesn't make me a liar. It just makes you dishonest or dumb.
And don't blow on the paper, Bev. Don't blow on the paper.
Yeah.
Paper.
Yeah. So let's try with Alderbear if he's going to give a closing statement now. Alderbear.
You called me out. You want? I'm muted.
Yeah, someone wants to debate you. I just need your email address if you want to. His name is... What is his name? He emailed me. Looking Robert.
No idea. Who's Luke and Robert? Why would he email you?
He's one of my subscribers, and he saw you debating on here with me the other night and said he would love to debate you.
Well, I've never debated anybody. What does he want to debate me about?
I don't know. Can we
He's
set
your
it up?
friend.
Are you interested? He's a
you're
subscriber. I don't know who he is. He's just a subscriber.
You're the intermediary, are you not? You're trying to arrange it.
Are you running from him, or just say you don't?
No,
want
I've
to
only
debate
just
him?
asked you
Apparently you're not
information.
interested.
Don't play your game with me.
Guys,
you're a
that's
dishonest
what
man,
Flatsoid.
You're a dishonest man, Flatsoid.
It's simple, Alder. Do you want to debate him or
You are
not?
a dishonest man, Flatsoid.
Do you want to debate him or not?
All right.
Do you want to debate him or
I
not?
don't know what he wants to debate about.
If you don't, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother him.
I don't need you to run my mind.
Okay, there we go. He doesn't want to debate. He wants to roll the run scared. Okay. So, yes, Alderbear's poop scared to debate you, Robert, because I have asked him and Bev constantly for his email address so I can give it to you so we can organize a debate between you two. He obviously doesn't want to because he's too poop scared. Note he was in here the whole night. He said, I can't work with my mic. My mic's not working. As soon as Bev came in, then his mic worked all of a sudden. And then he just keeps giving audio chaos. So, yes. Sorry, Alderbear, you are literally just a dishonest person. You've shown it, and you're a coward too. So, yeah. That's my closing statement. Anyway, thank you, everybody, for coming. Much blessings. I do pray that these people will open their eyes and get over their dishonest cognitive dissonance, because they really need to. It's not a healthy thing to stay in. So, yeah. Make sure to see you guys tomorrow night. Many blessings, and appreciate everybody's support. Bye-bye.
Uh-oh. It's stuck.
Yeah, exactly.
hey, Jonas.
Yeah, hey,
you're the only one here with me? Everybody take off and ran?
Yeah. I don't know if it's someone else because I can't see shit.
I know.
Yeah.
So there's somebody back there listening to this now. So just take that in mind.
Yeah, I was going
wherever you are
to say to freaking